Now, let us begin 2023 Metaverse Conference. Welcome and thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude for all of you for taking out your busy schedule to be here with us, and also to those who are joining us online, and welcome to this conference. I'm your host, Jong Heri. Good morning. Today we will be talking about the Metaverse. Under the theme of the Metaverse, a day in our life. We had yesterday the commerce and beauty and home and meta sessions. And I hope that this serves as a great chance for all of you to understand the Metaverse and also deepen your knowledge about this industry. Now, let us begin the conference, but before that, I'd like to invite the mayor of the Busan Metropolitan City, and please watch the video clip. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome all the attendees from Korea and abroad to Busan for the 2023 Metaverse Conference. I'd like to thank Director Jung Moon-seop of BIPA and all the officials for their efforts in organizing this event. This event, which is held under the theme of Metaverse in our daily life, is a most meaningful event where you can see the latest technology and policy trends at a glance. It's also expected to contribute to ASEAN-Korean cooperation in fostering new businesses. The Metaverse is a next-generation platform that's expected to grow rapidly by creating added value for the entire economy. It has a wide range of applications as it can integrate and expand various digital technologies such as AI, data, and blockchain. The Metaverse world is becoming much wider as giant technologies such as ChatGPT and Bard are commercialized. And we are also speeding up the development of the Meta Busan platform and the demonstration project for the 2030 Busan World Expo. By expanding cooperation and administrative support for companies, we will establish Busan as the Metaverse hub in Asia. I hope that today's event will also present the vision of metaverses and ways to cooperate with ASEAN. Once again, I'd like to thank you and congratulations. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your work.
따뜻한 인사 말씀해 주셨습니다.
And next, we have another guest for giving the welcoming speech. So we have Jung Moon-seop, the head of Busan IT Industry Promotion Agency. So please give him a warm welcome. Good morning. I'm Jung Moon-seop. And despite your busy schedule, thank you for participating. We have special guests. We have Mr. Woo Kyung-ha, TPO for Asia Pacific Deputy Secretary, and we also have Lee In-hyuk, Korea Foundation, head of this center for ASEAN culture. And also we have Lee Chi-woo from Korea Foundation, Busan Foundation. And as the mayor just mentioned, recently, using ChatGPT technology, we have the increase of the two-way communication on Metaverse, and this Metaverse industry will grow significantly. So based on this background, our agency is willing to support XR and Metaverse industry, and we are willing to provide support for growing this ecosystem, and we are also providing support for passionate startups. We believe that this conference will provide a lot of opportunities for XR startups and metaverse industries and also creators. And we believe that games, entertainment, beauty, commerce, and education will get a lot of advantage from metaverse use cases. Through the conference today, I hope that you can explore a lot of challenges and opportunities of the future of the metaverse industry. And I hope you can also find the business opportunities thanks to this technology progress. And lastly, I would like to thank all of the participants and distinguished guests and also speakers for today's conference. Thank you.
Thank you. That was President Jong Moon-seok of PIPA for the welcoming speech. It was a very meaningful speech. Now we will begin the conference from now on. We have Simon Lee of NVIDIA Technology Center with us, the global head, Mr. Simon C. The title is Crash of Data, Mathematics, Simulation, Machine Learning, and Visualization. This is the first keynote speech. We are very looking forward to his speech. Now, please welcome Mr. Simon C. for the keynote speech. He is joining us from the US for this keynote speech, so it might be taking a little time. As you know, the NVIDIA is a very famous company these days, as you all know. We really look forward, I'm sure that you are really looking forward to his speech as well, so he must be gearing up for the speech. Now we are inviting him via online. Now we have you connected.
Very good. All right. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very good. Thank you very much.
We thank you very much. Now, are you ready? Well, we all have very high expectations for your keynote speech today. All right.
Thank you, everyone, for having me to this keynote speech. It is an honor and pleasure to present in this conference. And I understand that Busan is going to be one of the main city for driving Metaverse globally. So let me get started with my talk. First of all, like I said again, thank you very much. And I actually head up the AI Technology Centers for NVIDIA. So I want to give a quick understanding on give a bit of context on where we are going. First of all, we do know that we are seeing a lot of climate change. One of the things is that the world is getting warmer and warmer, and needless to say, we are very concerned about it. We are simulating whether the world is raising from 1 degree, 2 degrees, or all the way to 4 degrees, which may be catastrophic to the planet Earth. And this actually cause a lot of concern. Things will be like rising of water levels and so forth. Country that is or city that's near the sea will be highly affected by such catastrophe. The other things that IPCC has reported was that there is going to be we're going to see more places going to be warmer, drier, and also wetter. Places like for example, like in Singapore itself, which is the country that I was born in, is going to have a lot of rains, and it's going to be more floods and so forth. And recently, just a couple of years ago, Thailand has a big flood because of climate change. Now, this is going to have a lot of catastrophic events, things like wildfire, more snows, and more extreme weather. And when I say more extreme weather, this is basically that we are going to see more of this. The weather is going to be more extreme, and we're going to see more of this extreme weather. Now, so what are we going to do about this? One of the ways that we are going to do is that we're going to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide that is going onto the planet Earth, or the greenhouse gases. And in order for us to understand how all this thing is going to affect the climate change, we need to find some way of modeling it, simulating it, and so forth. So what we want to do is to look for an old idea. And when I say an old idea, basically the idea come many years ago. If you guys could remember the Apollo program, where we sent men to the moon and then return them to planet Earth, that was the whole mission. Of course, the mission itself create a lot of new technology, but the idea is pretty straightforward. Fire the rocket, bring the men to the moon, land the lunar modules on the moon itself, collect the samples, and then bring them back to Earth. So the mission was rather simple. The the whole thing is that the Apollo 11 is the first one where we have men landing on the moon. And of course, follow on with Apollo 12. But what is significant happened is on Apollo 13. Now, Apollo 13, as you could see over here, this is on your right-hand side. You see that rather on your left-hand side, you see that the damage of the service module. Now, this is basically what happens to Apollo 13. Now, if for those of you who have remember the Apollo 13, is that while it was on the way to the moon itself, the oxygen tank actually got exploded. And it causes two things. One of them is that it ran out of oxygen. The other thing is that it actually fact, well, of course, it ran out of oxygen, which means that there is not enough oxygen, or rather limited amount of oxygen for the astronaut. The other thing is because the fuel cell, which is the energy we run on fuel cell, require oxygen. It's mix of oxygen and hydrogen to produce the energy. So we have a big problem over here. How to actually get the man back onto planet Earth. The mission decided that they should have continue on the spacecraft, go around the moon and fly them back. Remember that this is a few days mission. It is a very long time. So the man is going to have to stay in the spacecraft, go around the moon and come back to planet Earth. Of course, they are not landing on the moon itself. They're going to use the moon as a slingshot to go around the moon. So you have two things. You have to conserve your amount of oxygen. You have to conserve your energy. So what they have done, and by the way, this has never happened before, and they didn't plan for it. So what are they going to do about it? How are they going to go about doing this thing? The lucky thing is that they have a digital twins, or what we call at the point in time was more of an analog twins. They have the duplication of the particular spacecraft on planet Earth. And what they have done was that they bring along all the engineers and scientists to come together to brainstorm, to come up with a right protocol. What are the computers to turn on? What are the computers to shut down? What is how, when, and how the navigation system is going to be powered up? When are they going to fire the thrusters and so forth? So that, of course, if you guys have followed the story or even watched the movie, you will seen how the entire sequence is all about. But the more important thing is that the engineers and the scientists able to get together in a very short time using the analog twins to simulate and come up with the right procedure to bring the spacecraft back. So the mission right now is a success in terms it's not landing man on the moon. A landing man on the moon is a failure, but the success of having to rescue the man in the middle of a mission, right? Using twins, a computer twins, analog twins or digital twins to bring them back. So with that, nowadays, digital twins or the industry metaverse is heavily used in many industries, whether you use it in aircraft, use it in space, in the automotive industry. These are heavily being used. So let us switch back to the modeling of the planet Earth itself. When we want to model the Earth, there's a lot of challenge. One of them is that the climate itself is very chaotic. Many of you would, and myself would always complain that why is that the weather prediction is never accurate. It's supposed to rain today, but it didn't rain or whatsoever. It's very chaotic. Honestly, is one of the most difficult to actually model. The other thing is that it has incomplete observation. To observe, to get the data for the simulation, you need a lot of data, but the data are not complete. The other time, of course, a short time to solution. Basically, we want to able to predict in a very short time. And the other thing is that we have finite resources. There is never enough compute data, resources for us to predict accurately. So how do we go about doing that? So just to give you about the resources that we have, Korea has one of the biggest supercomputer. You have KISTI, right? And there are even larger supercomputer around the world, such as Summit, Frontiers, and whatsoever. And at the moment now, the state-of-the-art system, in order for us to simulate a resolution of 1 kilometers, basically is the current largest supercomputers to do it right now. In order for us to do a 100-meter resolution, we need to have about 10,000 times the compute power that we have. And in order for us to go to 1 meter, we need almost 100 billion, which is basically technically impossible to do that. So what we want to do, and just to give you a context, this is Singapore, and this is a little red dot in Singapore, and this is the resolution that we can do right now. It's a 1 kilometers resolution, which means that it's very difficult to actually use a global model to actually predict Singapore. We need to use a local model to predict Singapore weather. So we have this resource problem. Then how do we go about doing it? So one of the ways that we are thinking of is to make things more challenging is that climate science there is new science coming up, new complexity, new physics, new chemistries, and so forth adding to it. And that makes it even more complex as we get into more higher fidelity. So one of the things is that we want to adopt how to use deep learning or machine learning to do the particular modeling to build the digital twins for the planet Earth. So before we go into that, one of the challenges in building a digital twins is that there is a couple of challenges that we need to address. One of them is that, like I said before, in order to have high fidelity, we need to have a very accurate model. We need to have a two-way of synchronizations. The other things is that interoperability. Now, the industry use of various software, there are a lot of software going around and so forth. So how do we get the software to actually interoperate? How do we actually get to share data and stuff like this? The other things is that there is a lack of common standards and tools. So we have to be
네, 그래서 이 문제를 해결하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
Right. So the other thing is that because of the disparate data integrations, we need to have different data all coming into one single locations. So these are some of the challenges. And then the last but not least is to establish a workflow. How do we then able to connect all the different mechanisms, tools, and so forth, and put them in a single, very coherent workflow? So let me take a look at some of these. Is that how do we then simulate the physics of whether is it in industry metaverse or a climate science metaverse? First of all, we need to be able to simulate physics in a very realistic manner, right? Things will be like, and there are a lot of work being done within NVIDIA using physics X for the gaming industry and into the omniverse. The simulating the environment itself, things like, the climate, how the spacecraft or aircraft is coming to atmosphere, the fluid dynamics, all these things, we need to actually able to simulate them pretty accurately. So to simulate the environment, we need a very complex equation. And this, again, don't worry about the complex equation itself, but what it means is that in order for us to have high fidelity, we need to have this complex equation, but this complex equation causes one big problem. The big problem is that the computational requirement become extremely high, which means that we have a big problem in building we need a very big system in order for us to simulate that, which we cannot afford if we want to have very high resolution. So we want to turn on the things is that can we find a surrogate model to speed up the existing code? How do we able to represent those physics that we have learned over hundreds of years and put them into a very more simplified model such that we can actually simulate them, but yet we can retain the high fidelity? So we want to approach it and through deep learning, and they are already start approaching, which I'm going to address a little bit more about it a bit later. So there are physics-informed neural network using and other form of deep learning technology. So let us take a look at the state of the art of AI algorithms right now. First of all, we know that the AI algorithm now has become pervasive. Korea is one of the country where users deep learning in a lot of many things. It's one of the most advanced country in using such. There are a lot of predictive AI. When I say predictive AI, it means that it used to predict things like people counting, things like using medical images to detect brain cancers, tumors, or whatsoever. Do facial recognitions, pattern recognitions, and so forth. And this has been progressing very well. In fact, the technology is mature enough right now to actually get implemented. The technology has progressed tremendously. Over the last few years, all this technology has now surpassed human. But by the way, these technology are very narrow. They are not generalized. They are very good at predicting certain things for certain verticals, a certain application. So they are very accurate and they are very good, but they cannot use to predict other things. They can use for predict for examples like facial recognition. They cannot be used for other purposes. So they are very good for one thing, but they are not good to be generalized. But what is exciting over the last thing is that there's a huge explosion of generative AI. By the way, generative AI idea came about in 2014, where we have the variation autoencoders, and then follow on by gangs and so forth. But NVIDIA has been doing a lot of things into these things. One of them is that we're using gangs to generate, examples like this to generate artificial face and so forth. We also been using it to generate out things like, sceneries and so forth like this. This is important because this is allow us to start building metaverse in a very quick way. As you guys would know, building the content within metaverse is sometimes can be challenging. It is not just the idea of using it, but creating those scenarios is changing. So if we have tools like this, that would be very helpful. Recently, the sudden explosion of diffusion has accelerated a lot of different applications. Stable diffusion itself, of course, is one of them, and it has created a lot of new applications and so forth that allow us to be very creative and innovative and stuff like this. Now, the diffusion method is not something that is new. It's been around for a while. The whole idea is rather simple. It's allowed ones to put in noise, and then in each step itself, and then in the reverse order, we actually learn how to remove the noise and learn about the function. So the whole idea is that, of course, the mathematics and the implementation itself can be complex to get any form of stabilities and convergence. But the ideas is pretty simple. So that give birth to things like mid-journeys. Things will be like stuff like this. A lot of new applications coming out from the diffusion algorithms. NVIDIA itself also works on things like high resolution synthesis of latent diffusion that we allow to use making use of LLM together with diffusion that allow us to type in prompts to generate out videos. So that means that now we can actually do a lot of very interesting things. Just by typing in text like this, then you were able to generate out a very interesting video. So this is at the moment right now, this is still in the very early stage. As you could see, these are very short prompts. And there are people already working on making much longer prompts, which means that you can now generate on a much longer video. In fact, the hope was to be able to generate end-to-end, maybe a 1 hour videos using prompts. There are also other things like Drag Gang from Google's, and also, of course, needless to say, Photoshop itself now implement AI that allow us to do a lot of things. This actually allow marketing people in the marketing industries, people that doing content creation and so forth, to actually accelerate the pace of their work. So you could see that there are all these new tools and all coming up tremendously. Now, one of the things is that if you guys have been wanted, especially for those who are doing AR, VR, one of the challenging things is to create 3D images using 2D photos. And one of the things that NVIDIA are doing is that we have done what we call the instant nerf. And this is just an example of it. So we can create the 3D images in a very short time, and we are continuing on to improve, and hopefully we can do that almost in real time, right? Now, some of you may have watched those technology has created a whole new industry. Some of you may have recently watched these new videos created by Coca-Cola using generative AI. So let me just show you this. Due to the lack of time, I'm going to cut short the video, but you can actually watch it over in many places like YouTube and so forth. So one of the things that NVIDIA is partnering with some of the biggest marketing company to create tools for them using generative AI. And just let me show you the video.
Are racing to realize the benefits of AI. NVIDIA and WPP are building a groundbreaking generative AI-enabled content engine to enable the next evolution of the $700 billion digital advertising industry. Built on NVIDIA AI and Omniverse, this engine gives brands the ability to build and deploy product-accurate and brand-compliant content faster and more efficiently than ever before. The process starts by building a physically accurate digital twin of a product using Omniverse Cloud, which connects product design data from industry-standard tools. Then, WPP artists create customized and diverse virtual sets using a combination of digitized environments and generative AI tools by organizations such as Adobe and Getty Images, trained on fully licensed data using NVIDIA Picasso, ensuring that generative AI content remains accurate and on-brand. This unique combination of generative AI and manufacturing data allows WPP to build accurate photorealistic visual content and e-commerce experiences that bring new levels of realism and scale to the industry.
So we switch a little bit over to NLP, which is one of the biggest most talked about technology at the moment right now. Now, many of you will have hear about a lot about ChatGPTs and so forth, and it has caused a sensation. But the natural language processing has been around for a long time, and is born out basically from a transformer, attention-based algorithms that has spawned off to many different type of algorithms, as you could see over in the graph over here. Now, this actually because of that, the ChatGPT right now is one of the most talked about subject on this planet Earth. There is a lot of debates going on whether ChatGPT has any kind of sentience or intelligence and whatsoever. And many people has done a lot of different tests or whatsoever. Some of these show that ChatGPT are more intelligent than human in doing certain tests and so forth. But in all, from my perspective, ChatGPT or GPT 3.5 and even ChatGPT 4.4 is a conglomerate of rather a algorithms that take on all the different type of data together and put them into a single place, and then using some kind of probabilistic model which allow it to actually predict the next words or the next sentence and so forth. But because of its high dimensionality of the data that it has, it can do a lot of very interesting things. Now, this allows us to do a lot of things, right? For conventional AI, for example, like in video conferencing, call centers, and retail assistant and so forth. This is going to change the industry tremendously. And we could see that there is a lot of new application coming out from the development of this. This is a snapshot of the different type of application that is relying on things like the GPT 3.5 or GPT 4. There are so many applications right now that it's almost impossible for me to actually put them in one single screen. In fact, every time I put on a screen like this, is obsolete because there's always new application always coming out. But what I want to show to you is there's something that is very interesting for us is in the engineering and the engineering, the scientific computing, and in the software programming space. This is a application that uses the LLM to generate out codes and also to generate out graph. Now we could actually writing codes just using natural language processing. What this means is that now more and more people do not need to actually learn complex programming languages. Of course, the programming languages like C, C++ are still needed because they have certain structure and you can actually optimize them. But it democratized the way that we can write programming. Common people who has very limited programming experience of languages, they can now write computer program using common languages. They can now build graph, relational shape databases, and so forth, just by using natural language processing. Now, so these are only the early stage on how this technology can be used. The other things that we see is that people are using this ChatGPT for doing many other things. One of them is in the medical space. We have been working a lot with the medical folks itself, and this is examples from a company called Class AI, where you could actually ask the applications about a medical diagnosis, and then they come up with a clinical plan and so forth. Of course, still this is not going to replace a doctor, but it helps the doctors to actually come up with ideas and come up with a solution very, very quickly. The other thing is music, and this is the Google's classic music LM. So now we can produce almost, well, I wouldn't say produce almost everything, but we can produce a lot of things using generative AI. And basically because of the new technology, things will be like the LLM and so forth. And many of you would have hear about people criticizing that the LLM, like the ChatGPT, has hallucination. There are efforts that's being done that is things like the self-reflecting LLM agent that actually correct itself. So this is one of the things that people are working on, and there are things like where Hugging Face, where is a Huggy GPT, where they have created these things as an agent that's able to actually access other tools to help them in doing the work. So what this thing is done is that they uses the LLM to actually generate out tasks, and these tasks basically use our task planning, and then they could select the models, and then do the task execution, and finally they get a response and so forth. So the model itself now becomes like a task agent where they can decide, they could plan out the things and then select the right models, for the optimum models to actually do the right task for whatever request is needed. So these are one of them. And of course, many of you will have heard about the Auto GPT, which is, again, this is going to be a major breakthrough that is basically a GPT agent itself. They're able to self-select, self-learn, and so forth. That's able to do a lot of very, very interesting tasks and so forth. Now, I'm going to delve on it too much, but many of you will have known about this. Let me just, but because of all these things, as you could see that there is a diffusion models and the transformer models that allow us to do a lot of very interesting and wonderful things right now. What is concerning is that all these models require quite a huge amount of resources, because they are actually very large models, consists of billions of parameters, and some of them all the way to a trillion. So some of these, at the moment right now, some of the researchers, including NVIDIA itself, are looking at creating ways of pre-train the models, creating new methods of reducing the amount of computation that is needed for to develop some of these new applications. So let me just switch topics quickly, and how this application applied into science, into climate science itself. So there are a lot of work that's going on right now in the climate community. Things like we use it for some of these applications, which I mentioned about, used to accelerate physics parameterizations, and then to and also to do medium weather forecastings, and so forth. As I mentioned earlier, there are data, there are incomplete data on the planet Earth because of there is not enough sensors on the Earth itself. We are still building more sensors, but there's never enough. So one of the ways is to use generative AI to fill in the missing climate data and so forth. The other things is that we are using it for nowcastings and stuff like this. Now let me just also the other things that that we are doing is to do things to simulate the fluids. So one of the applications, one of the techniques that are being used is to use physics-informed neural networks. The whole idea about physics-informed networks is that it's not to use the data itself, but the physics that is available to us. Yeah, using the equations of the physics, we could then use it as a constraint to the neural network. We could then train the neural network in a very, very take some time to train the neural network, and then after that we could then use the neural network to quickly simulate the model. So these are things, and let me just show you a very quick videos about how do we use it for
Worldwide
simulating
wind energy
the wind
capacity
tunnel.
currently exceeds 750 gigawatts and is growing faster than ever, with an additional 650 gigawatts to be added in the next 5 years. For companies like Siemens Gamesa Renewable Energy, optimizing the configuration of each new wind farm is critical for getting the most out of their investment and reducing costs for consumers. When designing a wind farm, it's critical to place each turbine so as to minimize the effects the turbines have on each other due to the wake that they create. Accurately modeling the wake requires high-resolution, high-fidelity simulation data that is specific to that wind farm, such as the geographic location and the terrain. The gold standard for generating this data is the large eddy simulation shown here. But to run just one iteration for a single turbine can take 40 days on a 100-core CPU. And with so many iterations needed to develop an accurate model for a specific site, using CPUs is impractical. Using NVIDIA Modulus and NVIDIA Omniverse, Siemens Gamesa has been able to reduce that 40 days to just 15 minutes, approximately 4,000 times faster. This is accomplished by running the model at a lower resolution, and then, with a PhysicsML model trained using Modulus, to enhance or super resolve the data. And the results are functionally equivalent to having run the model at full resolution. Let's take a look at the same data presented in a way that clearly highlights the coarseness of the low-resolution simulation. Here, they look like pixelated blobs. In the super-resolved flow field, you can see the finer vortex structures. Now that we have the simulation data, we can build an accurate weight model for the site and optimize the placement of each turbine. Thousands of iterations, accelerated by NVIDIA GPUs, are run as part of the optimization to achieve the maximum power output for each farm while minimizing the cost. And the impact is huge. When using NVIDIA Modulus and Omniverse for a typical 1,000 megawatt offshore wind farm, optimization can provide power to supply up to 20,000 additional homes and to do it at 10% lower cost.
So you hear a lot of words about what the Omniverse is about. And the Omniverse basically is a platform that we have built to actually do all the different integration together. Think of Omniverse as the platform that allows different tools, different databases, and things to actually communicate with one another. Remember the things I mentioned before, the trouble of, or rather the challenges of building digital twins. So in order for them to actually communicate with one another, we actually use the USD as the default communication data format platform for these different tools to communicate with one another. So what the Omniverse allow us to do is that we can do full digital replica. We can also use it for true time connectivities, right? We can have different tools communicate with the IoT devices and so forth. And also that we can do analysis, optimization, things like this we can show you in the earlier videos. We have a single source of truth. We can build all sorts of assets into one single area, and then we can allow it distributed across the world. Basically, you can have scientists that across the world to actually connect into one single platform to do the simulation and to collaborate to build the digital twins for science. So back to the things is that using digital twins, what NVIDIA is working on right now is that we want to build the Earth digital twins using Omniverse. In the middle of it, we have things like the using the modulars, which I talk about using is basically physics-informed neural networks with Fourier neural operators and so forth that replicate the partial differential equations by a surrogate models, which is a neural network that could help to accelerate the simulation in a very, very quick way. And finally, but not least, is that Omniverse is able to put all this together and allow one to actually do the visualization. So our hope is to able to move up the ladder across in this chart that we are able now to resolve some of this and build a digital Earth to a lower resolution. How do we go about doing this? We are still there's a long way to go. We are still working on this. And let me show you a video where we are that we are doing on right now on the digital Earth, visualizing the digital Earth.
High-resolution weather simulations, as provided by DKRZ's ICON code, and vast amounts of observational data, allows us to determine the state of the Earth with unprecedented fidelity. But exploring and working with this data can be a challenge. Technologies like the NVIDIA Omniverse Peer-Review connector allows scientists to interactively analyze weather and climate data in 3D, to combine information from multiple sources, and to explore what-if scenarios. This takes us ever closer to a realistic, interactive digital twin of the Earth. Let's look at two examples. In August 2019, Hurricane Dorian developed into a massive Category 5 hurricane, causing over $5 billion in damage in the Bahamas and the southeastern US, with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. Viewing high-resolution simulations like these integrated forecasting system simulations in Omniverse allows scientists to analyze the behavior of storms such as this in detail, interactively, and in full 3D. This not only aids in understanding the physics of weather systems, but also allows inaccuracies in models to be identified and refined. With the Omniverse Peer-Review connector, visualization modalities of peer review, like streamlines, become available within Omniverse and can leverage the RTX renderer or be fused with data from other sources. These sources can be static or computed on demand, such as mapping service, surrogate model, or an AI-informed physical model. Here we show AI-based image segmentation of satellite data, which was used to detect flooded areas and to classify land use before and after Dorian hit. The network performing the segmentation can run as a service and be triggered on demand. Once we have interactive access to all this Earth science data, a next step is to play through different scenarios. On-demand evaluation of surrogate models or access to real-time physics engines can help exploring the impact of our actions in this virtual world. With access to real-time physics models as enabled by Omniverse, we can not only explore pre-computed data, but also simulate on the fly. Here, we use real-time fluid dynamics simulation to show the vapor plume emerging from a cooling tower. A user can quickly explore the impact of the plume, depending on the wind conditions or the steam output. Similar models can be used to interactively explore the dispersion of aerosols or contaminants. NVIDIA Omniverse is a powerful platform for massive-scale digital twin simulation. We're excited to see where it takes us next.
So with that, I thank you very much for inviting me to this presentation. Thank you.
We thank you very much. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give him a warm round of applause.
기조 발표였습니다. 네,
So we were able to learn that the metaverse is used in the wide scope of our everyday life. And we were able to see the future of the metaverse industry thanks to your NVIDIA presentation. So, Mr. Simon C., thank you very much. And right before we move on to the next session, here is the short announcement. So this time, again, the speech is going to be spoken in English again. So just for the case, I want to introduce you the channels of the interpreter device again. So Korean is going to be spoken via channel 1 and English is available through channel 2. So, guest, how was the morning session? I believe you had a very meaningful session. So this is the end of the morning session, and we will take a lunch break, and we will resume the conference at 1 p.m. So I'll meet you again at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 일상이 된 메타버스 우리 생활 속
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to 2023 Metaverse Conference. We will begin the afternoon session. We had the opening ceremony and keynote speech in the morning. But for afternoon session, we also have keynote speech and also 5 other presentations. Now, let me introduce you to our second presentation. For this presentation, I'd like to invite Director, Developer, Relations Creator, John Canning from AMD. I hope that this presentation will be very interesting. The title is "The Metaverse is Long Gone, but Long Live the Metaverse." Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello and welcome, everyone. I hope you had a good break. I am delighted to be able to speak to you today. I still regret that I am not able to be there in person, and I'm hoping next year when we get together, I will be there and be able to share food and drink and stories with you, as well as a talk. I've talked about the metaverse before. I've had a long history with the metaverse and thought maybe saying what we may think of one of the metaverses or a metaverse is dead, but there's a lot that we're doing that is continuing on. We often talk about the metaverse, and really I call it the M word. 1992, Neil Stephenson and Snow Crash coined the term. But for me, I'd even go farther back, and I call it the C word for cyberspace, and William Gibson and Neuromancer in 1984. And this long-standing history of that alternate electronic digital world that we could live in, play in, communicate in, and tell stories in. A lot of people would like to think that Ready Player One is the epitome of what that could be. And you could say a lot of things about Ready Player One, but honestly, it held a lot of promise and a lot of excitement for a lot of us. It spoke to what we remembered growing up, spoke to the video games. It spoke to being able to do what we've always wanted to do, be able to free play in an environment and win and play with friends and have a community. We're not quite there. And those of you that are old enough, you remember the holodeck. You remember that stepping into a different world, being a different person. You thought about, boy, I want to play in the holodeck. But what we interestingly enough see is that we are marching towards those things. But what are the building blocks? And then there's maybe what I would call a dystopian view of it. This video is 6 years old at this point, but is fascinating in the prophetic sort of dystopian tale of what maybe augmented reality, virtual reality could be. But let's watch for a second.
Más tarde, apúrate si quieres una buena calificación.
Voy lo más rápido que puedo.
¿Has pensado en correr? Es saludable y eficiente.
Seguro que no hay más trabajos disponibles. Yo estudié para ser profesora y estoy haciendo mercados.
Y además puedes quedarte con los puntos de fidelización. Eres una monje afortunada. Tienes que confiar en la aplicación. ¿Te sientes inspirada? Gracias. Chao.
¿Quién soy yo? No, eso no es lo que quiero decir. ¿Para dónde voy? No. Puedo volver a empezar. Olvídalo.
Estoy presente ahora. Me amo. Estoy libre de mi ira. Estoy libre de mi tristeza. El amor es mi trueno.
Adiós.
Olá, eu sou Maria.
Bueno. Hola otra vez. Ay, no, cállate. ¿Qué está pasando?
Buen día, Emilio. ¿Qué puedo hacer por usted?
¿Qué está pasando? Mis puntos están bien.
No se preocupe, sus puntos están seguros conmigo. ¿Le puedo ayudar en algo más, Emilio?
Yo no soy Emilio, yo soy Juliana Restrepo.
Por favor, espere.
So, if you haven't seen that piece in its entirety and the other pieces that the author created, or the creator, it is a fascinating view into creation, the distribution, and the display. And what's fascinating is some of that still hasn't come to fruition, but there are a lot of elements that he touches on that touch on what we're doing in our society, in social media, and then thinking about how we are trying to display those things. A prophetic set of pieces that he has done. Another one that I highly recommend is around the work and AI and the influence on us. But if I take these themes of create, distribution, display, we explore these and think about what are we building, how are we building it, and where are we headed? Let's talk about world building for a second. Let's talk about creating those environments around us that we are digitally immersing our lives into. Taking images like this, which is actually digitally created in a movie, but could be a world that you immerse yourself in. And how we blend the real and the digital in a seamless fashion through our entertainment, but really a goal of saying, how can we step into this? In the cities we live in, but are they the cities we live in? Are they the places that we really know? Well, in this case, you may know this city created in Unreal, a fully digital city, a digital simulation, but having that element of, if it passed by you quickly in a movie or you started navigating through it, could it fool you? And starting to think about what we're doing and how we're building these things. Because when we talk about something like the metaverse or a metaverse or a set of metaverses, you have to think about what are the building blocks. You have to think about how are we building them and what are we combining together? And what are those necessary elements to create digital environments that are believable or enjoyable or things that we want to share? And being able to create content that starts to seamlessly blend between what you would say is a game, entertainment, the real, and the digital. It's
네, 아주 매력적인 내용들이겠죠. 이때 이 공간을 얼마 전에 물리적인 공간을 이렇게 만들어 보려고 했습니다. 게임에 나오는 공간들이죠. 리처드 3세, 54, 54,000km 평방미터의 도시를 만든 것이죠. 또 파크라이도 아시죠? 또 마이크로소프트의 플라이트 시뮬레이터에서도 이것을 다시 시도했었습니다. 이러한 이 분량, 이 세계의 분량만 하더라도 생각을 해보시기 바랍니다. 사실 이 모든 것들이 다 세계입니다. 근데 연결되어 있잖아요. 하나에서 다른 세계로 넘어갈 수가 없는 것이죠. 자, 그러면
And what would you need to do to navigate across those different worlds? So these are the things that we have to think about. And as technologists, as creatives, as innovators, we have to think about how do we create those moments? What are we contributing to building out those interconnections or those environments? I'm always a fan, and I will come back to, and you may have seen me talk about this before, but telling stories. Because I fundamentally believe that it is about telling stories, and that we've always wanted to tell stories and to be a part of a narrative. We may create that narrative ourselves, or we may join somebody else's narrative. We may find a social gathering that is involved in talking to one another. And what do? We tell stories. We tell each other how we did that day. We interact. We may even create together. We've been doing storytelling for a very long time. Since the beginning of man, or humans, and scratching things on a cave wall and telling a saga and leaving it for somebody else, or maybe telling it with somebody else. We've been building stories, and we've been looking for a canvas to tell those stories on. Or maybe a theater, and creating and transforming an environment and inviting people to witness or maybe participate. We've created and told stories where we've taken on different personas. We've become different people or different creatures. Now, maybe in the case of a play, we've done it by putting on different clothes or makeup. Maybe a character, a man has played a woman, or a woman has played a man. Or somebody has played somebody and you weren't quite sure. We've taken on different personalities, told different stories. All we're doing as we transpose into different ages is we're adding new tools to do similar kinds of things, maybe more effectively, maybe more ubiquitously, maybe across geographies. In the latest iteration of creation and content, something like virtual production has started. And again, virtual production is a new manifestation of trying to tell a story with a set of tools and getting flexibility. So, touching on this project for a second, watch for a second, and then we'll talk a bit more about how we are telling these stories.
Great, let's cut and reset.
Companies that are coming together to build these environments where virtual production is the aspect of using LED screens. It's the in-camera VFX. So it's the ability to focus on what used to be a green screen and then a lot of post work. Now, and again, an oversimplification, is the ability to say, what if we have that environment at the time of shooting there with an actor, and we can create these environments, and we can create these stories. And what can we do with that? So as you see playing out here, we're seeing a introduction of new tools. Now, we've been able, and we've for years, put backdrops behind actors or digitally projected into an environment and an actor be in that environment. What you're seeing is that continual iteration of that. And some of it's experimentation, and some of this is starting to develop into new techniques for filmmakers and storytellers. And what you're seeing is the combining of technology that came out of the game world and combining that with the content production world and seeing this interesting intersection. And what we saw during the pandemic, like the rise of Zoom and the ability to do more virtually, we see that same thing happening with production. That forcing function that the pandemic caused, that pushed us to do new things because we had to. We may not be able to travel to a location. We may not be able to have as many people on set. So how do we use technology and technique to make up for that? So these kinds of things, you may ask, what does that have to do with the metaverse? But what you think about is how we're blending the digital and the real in seamless fashion. How we are creating a lens on something that you may not know is digitally augmented, and continually blending these worlds together. Or it could be something as simple as a crowd at a game. During the pandemic, they were having games, but no one in the crowd. And it didn't feel right. It's like attending an event when you're standing there all by yourself. It doesn't have the same kind of energy. So seeing companies creating, in this case, this was Fox and team, creating a digital crowd and having that energy there. So if you're watching this, you felt like the normal game. So some of these techniques, again, over the years, were a forcing function through the pandemic to understand how to do this. I personally worked on a project where we were developing digital crowds. The techniques have progressed so far to better enable building a digital crowd. The laborious work that we went through, now tools are replicating much faster and much easier. And so being able to breathe a vibrancy into a scene where more people are involved and do it in a way that is computationally achievable and creatively achievable, we've seen happen leaps and bounds. But talked about filmmaking, I talked about theater, but to think about it, the storytelling that we've done in games and in communities, a property like World of Warcraft, how many years have people been playing it, living in it, having friends in that environment? So you think about the worlds that get created around this. Some have storylines that are crafted. Some have worlds that encourage people to enjoy and to thrive and to do their own thing, maybe tell their own story. And we keep pushing the visual fidelity. We keep pushing, again, Skyrim being a very large open world, pushing that perspective, that visual acuity. But it's also a style. Not everything wants to try to move to photoreal. You think back to that Ready Player One moment, the mishmash of types of characters all coexisting. But that's what we see. The type of character that I would create and exist in this world wouldn't necessarily work or feel right in a World of Warcraft or a Grand Theft Auto. And that's where something like Roblox comes in. You think about Roblox, and maybe the differentiation here from a World of Warcraft is World of Warcraft was a set of stories crafted in a world that a team introduced players to, and they became part of a story. What we've seen over the years now is the rise of a platform, an infrastructure to enable users, players, to create their own worlds and their own stories. And this is becoming very powerful because what it's doing is exponentially increasing the storyteller aspect. If you think about traditional content 30, 40 years ago, for example, television was defined by three things: the type of content, the thing you watched it on, and how you got it. And today, all of those have been pulled apart. The only thing that television remains is a type of content, but how I get it and what I watch it on are many and varied. And we think about that. We think about how we create content, video content, and the number of different ways that today, if I want to create a piece of video and distribute it, I have many choices. I can do it. I'm old school. I would think of YouTube. But somebody would think of TikTok. And what is the next platform and the next platform? Or the right platform for the right kind of content? And that's what you have to think about, is there's common infrastructure, but a myriad of choices and different kinds of access for the consumer and for the creator. Fortnite, another step along the way. But what I would like to point out is the Unreal editor for Fortnite has pushed that to that next level, launched at GDC 2023. So you take a couple of things. The Unreal editor for Fortnite. So Fortnite already had a strong creator aspect to it. A company who was looking at proliferating an engine and an infrastructure across many different display devices. And it is now opening up a creative engine to go build and tell your own stories in a variety of different ways and a variety of different looks. Then taking something called Fab, or creating Fab, which is an amalgamation of a number of their digital marketplaces. So what is that doing? So I've got an engine, I've got a distribution mechanism, I have a place to get any digital object that I could think of any kind of fidelity, shape, size. And then you combine that with again, a distribution, a way to publish that, a way to proliferate it. And then I think as well, and very important to think about, is a revenue model, a way that isn't just a publishing model. If you think about early days of YouTube, one of the aspects of early days of YouTube was almost a flagrant disregard for a business model, but a proliferation of content. And the business model came. Here we see folks been creating, and you see a company like Epic leaning into how those creators can share profit from what they are creating and building. So what you see here is an ecosystem, not just an engine to create something, not just a bunch of assets, maybe not just a storefront, but combining them all together so that creators have that ability to create, publish, thrive. Now, it's an ecosystem, but it's how's that ecosystem related to other ecosystems? We'll talk more about that. Now you think about how we see the world. So I talked about creation. Talk a little bit for now about just display devices. And we see a proliferation of the different kinds of display devices. I've always been a big fan of VR, enjoyed it, but VR is not necessarily for everybody, for every situation. Augmented reality, the different kinds of glasses showing up. I bring up this clever project called Monocle, which frankly, it's got a very DIY feel to it, a very build it and they will come, fun experimentation. But seeing the kinds of experiments that people are doing, it's not a big, heavy headset. It's not obscuring your world, but it's adding a little extra to it. And with the rise of the AI engines and the intelligence you can plug into it, it goes from a simple heads-up display to a heads-up display with intelligence and forethought. Kind of fun. This is an example that they built, a set of students, where you can have an interaction with a friend over a cup of coffee or a dating app, and the kinds of information that you could get and query as you're talking to this person. Think about these things. You think about that video that I played, Hyper Reality, and you see the tendrils of those things. The ability to walk around your world, see what's going on, but also have a steady stream of information attached to that. Yep, we saw it with Google Glass. What's interesting is the iterations on this and the continual experimentation on that. Something like Madison Square Garden, their Sphere project in Vegas. Again, a different way to experience an immersion, frankly, a different way that we're going to create content, and a different way of displaying. Here's another example, the spatial reality displays that Sony has done in different examples. So let's watch some of these examples of, again, where we're piping content or where we're creating content that isn't necessarily a rectilinear flat screen, isn't necessarily a display on your face, but thinking about the iterations of them. And I bring this up, several other companies are doing this as well. I see them in computer displays, but 3D glassesless 3D displays that you can interact with objects. Could be design, could be a game. Of course, I have to tip the hat to that fruit company out there that just launched a product that is making a lot of waves as well. Again, someone entering the market like that company, Apple coming in, bringing a fresh breath to the XR business. Interestingly enough, not saying XR or not saying VR, maybe even avoiding it. But the reality is immersive environments that are AR to VR, so that opacity continuum of see-through to complete opacity, that idea that, again, trying to combine it into a lighter weight device, still working on it. Driving a compute engine, they call it spatial computing. A lot of people talk about spatial computing, and I think it's smart to pick it up and embrace it. And what have they did? They also focused on a development environment, partnering with somebody like Unity. So again, you look at and go back to the infrastructure, the tools that we need to build these worlds, you start seeing some common themes. You start seeing the groundwork here that we are continuing and hasn't stopped. It's had fits and starts. But we continually look and move this forward. I would say that what we see is a lot of successful examples right now that are not entertainment focused. Gaming, yes, but we also see a lot of enterprise, simulation, training, purpose-driven immersive experiences that really take advantage and drive the need for these immersive experiences. The AR experiences are out there. Some are more fun and frivolous. No one can argue with Pokemon Go. Gaming and location-based experiences, but that's a location-based experience and gaming. It has an AR element to it. But true heads-up display, navigation, how am I going to use that? Now, I grabbed one of these images off the web looking for an image for Apple. But this one made me laugh. Because the context of two people sitting, having a chat on a couch, and one of the people wearing this device. And you have to ask yourself, would you still feel comfortable staring at somebody wearing a device that you can sort of see them? Maybe if you're both wearing it? We still have a long ways to go. We have to think about shared experiences. We have to think about not isolating each other in putting a headset on. And I think we still have a lot of work to do. But the experimentation and the push and the investment by serious players like Apple is helping us move that forward. Who are we? Or maybe, how do we represent ourselves? Another interesting aspect to think about along this line. I like World of Warcraft, I won't argue, but thinking about how you build your character, how you develop an identity of who you are in this world. And then tools like MetaHuman Creator coming along. I was in the business of making digital humans for digital domain. A lot of hard work would go into making something that looked real or lifelike to try to fool people. And what we're seeing is a democratization of those tools to enable a broader set of creators to tell stories with real looking characters.
Rolling. Action. I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry, but also subtle emotions. But sometimes all I need is a look.
And I think that's fun. The recent video from Epic, MetaHuman, was driving that with a cell phone. So simplifying the tools for facial capture to drive an experience, to drive a character. So maybe as I'm looking at this webcam and talking to you, I could be a digital character and have the same inflections, the same emoting, but maybe look differently. Maybe I am already. But the important thing is a number of companies are getting into this race and pushing the technologies. So again, I was showing you MetaHuman Creator from Epic, but Ziva Dynamics also making amazing
Hello, and welcome to a face trainer documentation video using the GRT face trainer package. Okay, so GRT face trainer is a revolutionary new algorithm. It's a cloud-based facial training package developed by Ziva Dynamics to create ultra photorealistic, hyperrealistic.
So important to note, again, leveraging cloud-based services, leveraging AI training, and the ability for people to use these tools and incorporate it into entertainment, gaming, or possible just communication with each other. And if you look out there, you'll be able to find any number of different companies and tool sets to leverage for this. Ready Player Me, making a whole set of different kinds of avatars that, interestingly enough, you can also plug into different game environments. So going back to that premise of, if we build it, how do we interconnect it? And how do we take that character that we built into other worlds and other environments? Real Illusion team and their tools. So again, you'll find tools and services that start to meet the needs of the creator and what they want to create for what environment they want to create. Taffy being another new service, or new to me. You look there, it's 2016, but a number of these things have just started to come into their own through processing, better availability of AI processing, and also the goal and the desires to start interconnecting these things. Go back to Roblox. Again, it doesn't have to be a realistic digital human, but can you make a character emote? Can you have feeling, especially how you interact with other folks? Driving with a simple webcam and making your character feel and be real or lifelike. Evolving into the world, volumetric capture, becoming higher fidelity, starting to come into real time, but the ability to capture characters in full 360, characters being actors, people, animals, and then bring them into a digital environment and start to manipulate them. So here, this person was captured, and now we're playing with it, the hands flying, but our friends at Wild Capture. So again, having that fidelity that isn't going and having to create a fully digital character, but to have a character in a digital environment. You see that in culmination. Corey here, who I call one-man wrecking crew, creating Blue and the content that he's created, but doing everything from the digital environment to the capture.
What's going on, everybody? So I got my alter ego finished. And his name is Blue. And for the mocap geeks out there, he's set up with the usual recipe of XNs for the body capture, Manus gloves for the hands, AR kit for the face, and a it's all happening right here within
The point being, there are some amazing tools out there to create digital environments, digital characters, to bring life to them. We're seeing the users become the creators, the gamers becoming the creators, and the storytellers. Briefly touching on AI, well, I think we've talked about AI the whole time. Is it the enemy? I don't think so. I see it as a tool, a collaborator, a creator, and this has exploded on the scene. But a lot of what I've talked about has had elements of AI driving it, whether it be face training, whether it be helping assist building a digital world. What we're seeing, though, is now the proliferation of these tools and the ability to gain access to some very powerful creation tools. So, for example, here, Gen 2 already.
Welcome to Runway Academy.
Runway Academy. So, a video editor, an image editor, if you will, with the ability to now do speech to image and to be able to create environments, characters, to start edit those together and to tell stories with them.
They say all great stories start with a sense of wonder. And what if...
Or, in the case of Wonder Dynamics, another aspect of that. Oops. Let's try that again.
They say all great stories start with a sense of wonder. And what if bringing those stories to life wasn't limited by our resources, but only by our imagination? Welcome to Wonder Studio, where making movies with CGI is as simple as selecting your actor and assigning a character. They say all great...
So again, seeing the power of these kind of tools in the hands of creators. Friends over at the Corridor Digital Crew, for example, making an animated series. Because again, it's about the power of these tools in being put in the hand of storytellers and being able to create amazing stories. All right, wait, there's a little bit more. Before I turn it over to some really smart people that are coming up after me, we'll mostly debunk anything I've said, correct me. God love them. But a couple of things to think about. Identity. What is the notion of identity in these digital worlds that we're creating? How do we establish identity? To think about the evolution of DRM to blockchain to what? But again, thinking about, it's about digital rights management. It's about how to establish an identity, how to verify an identity and authenticity, to keep that secure, to have common interoperable platforms. Always have to have a fancy internet graphic. It's to talk about the web standards and how we leverage them. So final thought for everyone. Oh, wait, that's an AI generated image. Well, that's an AI generated image. Oh yeah, the metaverse. Oh, well, this was an AI generated metaverse. Didn't work out so well. So maybe that is my final thought. There is still room for a little bit of editorial control and a little bit of creativity. So I'd like to leave that I still think this is all a work in progress, but it's a lot of great progress and a lot of great possibility. And with that, I would like to turn it over to some amazing people who are now going to dive in and tell you the real story. So thank you. Thank you very much.
We thank you so much, Mr. John Canning. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드릴까요? 멋진.
Thank you, Mr. John Canning, for your wonderful presentation. So that was John Canning from AMD. That was the second presentation. of today's conference, and we were able to learn that Metaverse is with us, with our livelihood already. And not only specific field, but Metaverse can be applied to various aspects of our everyday lives. So that was the wonderful key speech. And so this Metaverse has scalability, and we wish that we can enjoy commercial Metaverse very soon. And among the presentation, AI class was a very interesting point for me. And actually, if we walk around with AI class, then we will finally feel that it is immersed into our life. I wish that time will come soon. So we were able to bring all the prestigious guests from the morning session, and now we have experts from global companies as well, and we have experts joining us via online at the moment. So I hope that we will have a very meaningful time today. And next session is about the panel discussion with the global experts. So the topic is going to be the virtual world with realistic models. Actually, we have 5 guests to introduce, and it's going to be the discussion round. So first, the host is going to be from Southern California University. He's the head of the Entertainment Technology Center and head of the Virtual and Adaptive Production, Eric Weaver. And let me introduce our guests. From XR Studio, JT Rooney, the president of XR Studio, and from Orbital Virtual Studio, AJ Wedding, the chief creative officer and co-founder, and from American Cinematographer Magazine and virtual producer, and virtual production editor and founder, Noah Kettner. And lastly, from Neuroscience of Narrative, he's the strategist, designer, world builder, XR AI Web3. She's Rachel Joy Victor. So, Eric Weaver, please host the session.
Hello, thank you for having us here today. So we've brought together some real experts in in-camera VFX or on-set virtual production. My background is I look at the future and I get to play with the coolest toys and help work with the studios. So I get to report directly to the CTO of Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal, Paramount, Sony, and Epic Games and see and explore this future. So let's meet a couple other exciting people on the panel. Noah, can you tell us a little more about yourself?
Thank you again for the fine intro. And yeah, I'm the virtual production editor at American Cinematographer Magazine. So that means I basically talk to all of the people that are making TV shows, movies internationally, and kind of learning what they use for their productions. And lately there's a lot of virtual production. And so hence my title, virtual production editor. So I've had the opportunity to talk to all the people that are doing this stuff, and it's been amazing so far. So it's been a great time.
Awesome. Rachel Joy Victor.
Hi, it's good to be here. Thank you for having me, Eric, and thank you for having me at this event. I work as a strategist and a designer. I draw from a background in computational neuroscience and spatial economics to design for studios and brands, usually like Disney, HBO, Nike, Ford, really thinking about using world building to design immersive experiences with emerging technologies.
Awesome. AJ? You're on mute.
I knew I'd mess this up somehow. Hey guys, I'm AJ Wedding. I'm the CCO and founder of Orbital Studios. We saw this technology coming out, obviously, with The Mandalorian, and we're just so enamored by it and knew it was the future. And from those early days, just decided we have to push this technology forward. We have to make it better. We have to make it better for filmmakers. And so our whole team, being filmmakers, tore it all apart and put it back together. and tried to create better systems. And now we've worked on several TV series and a few movies.
Awesome. And JT.
Hey there, I'm JT Rooney, president and founder at XR Studios. We're another studio in Hollywood and California, and our specialty has been in multi-camera broadcast and extended reality for live entertainment. So we've been taking a lot of this fun world of virtual production and stuff that's been happening in the filmic space and putting it into a live reality, whether it's live broadcast, live streams, interactive events, and lots of AR characters and creations on our virtual stage. That combined with some single camera production stuff has put us in the middle of everything like our friends here.
Awesome. And I guess you have a video, so I think that that's a lot of fun. So if you want to go ahead and play that video.
Sure thing.
I want you on my rack. I want to make you ring. I want you to unwrap. I want to pull your string. Bring me the next shiny new thing. 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 Shiny new thing. Bring me the next shiny new thing. Bring me the next shiny new thing. Bring me the next shiny new thing.
Is everyone's audio still working? I had a little bit of a funny end to that sound.
Sounds good here.
All right, excellent. So, Noah, I was wondering if you could talk about what this field is and what it encompasses and kind of the trends you're starting to see in this area.
Yeah, I mean, virtual production is pretty much anywhere where the physical worlds of production and any sort of digital real-time animation of any sort happens. So that could mean you're using a VR headset to pre-visualize your movie. It could mean you're on an LED stage using real-time animation with game engines and track cameras. And yeah, I mean, now we're starting to get into more areas where that's some crossover with the metaverse. Generative AI stuff is happening. I mean, there's just all kinds of cool things that are under this umbrella term of virtual production that we all kind of inhabit.
You know, and I have to say my own personal opinion is that we're at the very beginning of all of this. I think we've moved from Pong to Pitfall at this particular point. In my own analogy of where we are, we're not quite to whatever generation of PlayStation or whatnot, but this is going to be a little also like digital cinema, wherein what we had when we first got it is not what we have today, and what we can do with digital cinema today is actually kind of mind-boggling. Rachel Joy Victor, can you talk about the importance of world building in this environment?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about like OSVP or when we're talking about the metaverse, world building on a couple different layers, I think is really important. I think one at a fundamental level, just at the development of this immersive environment, right? What are the rules of this world? How do we, if we're telling a narrative like we are in film, we're telling a linear narrative, but going beyond what's like written on the script to like ask questions about that, based on that, about the world. What is the economy? What are the resources? How do people get around? Really like asking a lot of deep questions about like what is day-to-day life in whichever world we're creating, and using that to make decisions about this volume, the space that people are inhabiting. so that when we're, making decisions about where something is, how things look, it feels very grounded. All of those choices are coming out of this narrative world that we're building. So that's one layer, I think, of where world building is really important. But I think as we go a level deeper into the metaverse and continuity of interactions, there are obviously deeper layers of what that can mean for us.
Yeah, so I got another question right back at you here. I've kind of had the realization, and I'm wondering your thoughts or anybody else from this panel on it, that is there a flip going to come? And that flip means that something like film and forms of that media is just simply going to set the tone or set the story for more of a metaverse experience, explaining that world in which people live in. What do you think about that? Or does anybody else feel that way in any?
I have lots of thoughts on this. So whenever I'm thinking about media formats, I'm trying to draw from the neuroscience side of things a little bit, right? And think about how are we situating the individual with relation to that piece of content. So when we talk about film, there's something that people gain from having a passive experience of watching something, of being, going to theater sometimes, and watching something where you don't have a lot of control, and you have this story and the story that someone made choices and decided to take you on this journey. And there are really beautiful things about that experience. When we're talking about the metaverse in terms of it being a virtual world, there's a whole different category of experience there, because the world is doing a lot of the storytelling, right? As we can't direct narrative, we can direct attention when we're talking about virtual worlds. And the experience there and the way that narrative is told, it's much more participatory, right? We have to design for who the individual is with regards to that story world and what their role is, and they're co-creating story, right? They're part of the narrative. So there are times that I want to be a really participatory person with regards to the story I'm in. And I think those are times where I want to be in virtual worlds that respond to me and that are persistent or that are continuous, right? And there are times where I want someone else to take me on a journey, and that's a time where film is important. So I think whenever we're talking about new mediums, it helps to see the category of what type of feeling they activate for people, how they situate the experience for people. And they're usually very different. So there are different categories of how people will relate to them. So I don't think it's going to be to the exclusion of each other. I think they're going to be great complements to each other.
Yeah, I think another good example of that was a few years ago when 360 cameras started coming out and people were shooting VR cinema with these new systems. Nobody really knew what was going to be the path. How do you keep someone's eyes turned a certain direction, or what kind of audio cues, or what is it that sort of directs you where you want the audience to go, because you are trying to get them to move with the story in that case. And it was this kind of weird hybrid between cinema and almost like a video game experience. And I think that we're going to start seeing that more today. I mean, even with this new headset from Apple, we have to start thinking differently about how we create things, because now there's going to be this, I think virtual production is going to take on a whole new meaning when we're trying to create content for this new medium. And who knows if there's going to be, enough adoption of it to move forward, but it's very exciting and a very different kind of cinematic experience that I feel like is almost another kind of hybrid to what you're talking about, Rachel, where it's almost a video game kind of experience, but maybe it's still a little bit more passive. And, there's probably a happy medium somewhere in there that is going to create a really amazing experience.
So I got to admit, I have definitely seen this juxtaposition in which you're comparing what, classic filmmakers are doing in a younger generation, and that ownership and that agency in this process. So totally see that for myself. So I wonder how the language of film is going to evolve here. AJ, I don't know, did you have a video today or not? It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, I certainly can share are
So I'd
real.
like you to kind of show some of the things. One of the things that I've personally noticed in the trends as stages are beginning to become very specific to specialties, kind of along a spectrum from cinematic to broadcast with XR, theater, other mediums in between, independent filmmaking. And so that's what I love about having AJ and JT on this one. AJ, if you want to show it?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me grab a hold here.
And I should really switch my hat while you're talking there. So I got this.
Nice, I like that.
So tell me kind of what you feel like your stage is slotted into, or what is it focused on that it really gets to shine at?
Yeah, I think that's really why JT and I complement each other so well. Is whereas he's going after the broadcast side of things, we're very much aimed at the cinematic side of things. And I think in both cases we're pushing the boundaries constantly. I mean, the thing that we have to do as filmmakers and technologists is every time something new comes out, we have to play with it, we have to understand it, and it has to be developed with filmmakers in mind. Because I was just speaking at another event yesterday, and someone brought up a really good point. AI is not going away. Digital cameras didn't go away because DPs didn't like them. What you have to do is figure out what this technology is and figure out how you can grasp it and help shape it, as opposed to be run over by it. Because if you decide you're not going to be a part of it, then it's going to go to a whole bunch of people in a dark room somewhere, and they're going to develop it their own way, and you're not going to have had any say in it. So, and right now there is so much happening all at once. It seems like virtual production just started a few years ago, and now we're having fully, virtual characters performing on a wall live, live mocap, and
And is that exactly what's happening with the robot? I know you briefly showed that, but it's
yeah. So we did a scene that we keep having these sort of what if moments where it's like, well, what if the actor could actually perform that live with the actress in front of the screen? And lo and behold, it works, and it just, there are so many things that are possible because you can move the world, that, every day it seems like you're doing something new and exciting, and helping to push that forward. Epic has been really good about listening to the requests that we all have, and hey, can you make this faster? Can you make this a little bit more intrinsic to filmmaking? It's a fascinating time to be involved in this stuff.
I think it's also like what Rachel was saying. It's everything that people are discussing in world building and connecting into virtual spaces is why virtual production is so inherently connected to conversations about the metaverse, because everything that we're doing on these stages is about interaction, and it's about interaction with the talent to the screen and how the cinematographer directs to it, and also so that it has a life elsewhere. So, you know, a lot of times we're shooting on these stages for 2D final formats that go into normal, you know, TVs and stuff like that, but sometimes they are being delivered in 360 VR. Soon is going to be shot with a spatial display camera on the, you know, on Apple's thing. There's going to be all these other methods, but everything that's being learned in these, when we're starting to mush the physical and virtual worlds together, it's teaching us and teaching the industry how to interact with these different sort of layers. And the one thing it comes back to, and to keep talking about Apple's thing, one of the reasons why it was such a great presentation, because it was grounded in the human experience, which is what's so interesting about it, because we can look at avatars all day long, but it only is really successful when you can connect with it. So it's been an interesting journey to watch everyone start to learn those things at the same time.
So JT, can you actually dive a little bit more into the unique nature of your stage? And what is a frustrum and multi-frustrum? Because that's not something that maybe everyone understands or comprehends, and why it's unique.
Sure. I mean, I think something that you could see in AJ's video that he showed a moment ago, there was a moment on screen, you could see this little green box moving around, and that frustum is, that box is, you know, where the physical real camera is seeing the LED wall. And so it's like its little window into the virtual world, basically. And there's a problem with that inherently, is that if you have one camera, you can see a frustum move around. If you want to record from another camera angle, you're going to see that little green box moving around on screen. And so what we've been working with in the broadcast space, and actually in commercials as well, it's been helpful, is that being able to do multiple frustums and multiple layers at the same time is something that we've been working on our stage. So using a technology called Ghost Frame, we're able to sync up essentially flickering and really fast screen movements so that multiple cameras can see different things at the same time. And the interesting thing about it is that that all comes from the world of sports, where on soccer games or football games in Europe, you can see advertisements around the edge of the field, and there's multi-regional advertisements happening at the same time. And again, I think the funny thing about that is it again connects to the metaverse, in that when someone's watching something now live, you have to connect to different regions, to different backgrounds, and different languages, to different sponsors, you know, all sorts of different things. And I think those sort of hyper-personalized experiences are becoming more and more important. Nice hat switch, really good. But
unfortunately, I don't have one for Noah or Rachel.
But I think what AJ said is similar for my stage, and I think a lot of what you've done, Noah, as well, is like every sort of piece of technology that comes out needs to be explored and discovered at this absolute breakneck pace for everyone, which is why things like AI are exciting, because it's helping speed up this process, and it's just more and more and more. And so I do think that's something that our stage focuses on quite a bit. We're known as an R&D stage and sort of a test ground, and that means that every piece of hardware on the stage is on some sort of weird alpha or beta version, which isn't always the most fun experience, but it's how you push things forward. So that sort of sense of project-based innovation is something that's been really interesting and exciting, and to help grow for us over the past 4 years or so.
Awesome. So Noah, I'm going to come to you. Is this only for the wealthy, for the super studios? Oh, look, yeah, there he's got Megan right there.
I mean, you know, but one of my big things these days is that it really does come down to sort of scalability. I mean, there are obviously at the very high end, you're looking at stuff like The Mandalorian, 1899, and, you know, shows like that where they're spending tens of millions of dollars to build up a stage. And that's great. I mean, if you have Netflix money, you have Lucasfilm money, why not? Because price is no object. But what I've also discovered is that there's, you know, quite a few layers below that where you can scale a stage to, you know, fit what you're trying to do with it. You know, you could have a stage that just does car shots. You could have a stage that just does close-ups. I mean, like the kind of stage that I'm on right now is a very small stage. It's like 3 meter by 4 meter stage. I mean, screen. It's tiny. But I mean, we've been able to
I am very envious. I have LED envy because he has this in his house.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in my living room. Hold on. I guess you probably can't see this too well because I'm in a tiny little box in the window, but this is where I sit all day long with these two. I have these two lights in this room. a screen that's, just built up barely to the sides and the ceiling here. So, I mean, this is about as modest as it gets, and we can still pull off some pretty impressive stuff. So, I mean, yeah, and you could even go one notch beyond this and just put like a TV screen behind you, literally sitting up against it. So, I mean, to me, that's what's fascinating about this is, yes, this is being done at the very high end, and, rate stages are out there, but it's also accessible for people that want to get in on the ground floor and just kind of experiment with the technique. The technique is the same, no matter how big or small the stage is. It's, it's a basic magician's trick. And once you understand how it works, and it is very easy to understand how it works because you can see it with your own eyes, it's just kind of scaling it to whatever suits your needs. Yeah.
Very cool. So how does this begin to blend into Metaverse? Like, are any of the tools that we're using here going to port? Does it make sense? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's definitely going, studios at least are looking at it going, all right, well, if we're going to shoot virtual production, we're going to do visual effects, all of those assets that are being created are the assets for the metaverse if they're made properly. And so there's a lot more collaboration or thought toward collaboration in that sense where, we're all excited about how we can create this living document throughout a production so that everybody's speaking the same language as far as a production designer and the director and the DP. But now even the people involved in the making of the metaverse can be involved in that soup as well. And I think that's really exciting because now you play a video game that's going to look exactly like the movie and vice versa, which is kind of exciting.
I think that's been the interesting thing, and I'm curious on your thoughts on this, Rachel, as you've been, studying this from a different perspective. Like, I think we're seeing the opportunity I think a lot of opportunities have already existed, but people are starting to take those opportunities more because they're a bit closer. So when we're doing a shoot on stage, we did a special that was filmed for TikTok. So put the cameras sideways, here we go. But do something with an artist that aired on TikTok, was reposted on Instagram, then was on a website, and then halfway through there was a lipstick commercial, and then that went to a print ad, and then was also in a video game. At some point, the proliferation of stuff that you do travels so far and so fast, and I think that's happened for a long time, but now everyone's realizing that it's an opportunity. I'm curious, is that accessibility because of the technology or just because other people have seen that happen? But it's definitely starting to spread really, really fast.
Yeah, I think I want to pull it out a step and kind of talk a bit about what the metaverse is, just because I feel like there's so many conflicting definitions, and I think a bit to the detriment of the space, with Meta kind of Facebook rebranding to Meta. I think there's one category of understanding of what the metaverse is becomes about just the virtual world. But I think JT, you're even alluding to this, right? The metaverse isn't really just about the virtual world. It's this data infrastructure that enables persistent, continuous, responsive experiences, right? And that data infrastructure doesn't need to be limited to the virtual world. It's in the physical world, right? We're seeing that with Vision Pro. It's in each piece of content, right? It's in TikTok. It's in whichever kind of touch points you have. It's this facilitated transmedia story world that you're able to participate in across formats. And so I think as we start to think about the metaverse as being about this transmedia story world that's now enabled to be persistent and continuous, in that if I participate with the film part of this experience and I know this about the world, when I come to the virtual world, my experience is going to be different, right? That kind of data infrastructure being one key piece of it. And I think another part of it is the data infrastructure as it relates now to assets, and assets that can now be shared across these spaces. So Eric, I know we've talked about this a lot, but if we're now really trying to build these experiences that feel continuous across formats, how are we thinking about, we created all these assets for as part of the virtual art department for a virtual production shoot for this film. How are those maybe the same assets that show up now in our virtual world, or how are those the same assets that show up in the game experience, or they show up in an AR filter for when I'm walking around through the world? So I think as we kind of think about each of these as expansive definitions of the metaverse, there's really a lot of overlap and a way to think about continuity, both on the production side and then from the user side in a really interesting way.
Absolutely agree with that. I totally see complex VAD builds being pre-sold, kind of like licensing rights currently are to European or Asian conglomerates, so that they can fund these things. So I think that that will be the future as we kind of step forward a bit. No,
there's a layer.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say a layer to that as well is that, you know, bringing us into what's happening on the on-set virtual production side of things. A lot of the technology that's being developed on set, we're seeing grow into other areas as well. At XR Studios, we do a lot of work with AR for broadcast as well. So watching Monday Night Football and seeing a giant Gillette razor laying on the field and stuff like that, like the same technology in the studio is traveling outside of it, and combine that with what people are seeing, you know, in person, like you're saying, Rachel, like you go to Times Square, Piccadilly Circus, and you see the anamorphic billboard illusions that people are doing. Those sort of conversations are really, really transferring, where you see a billboard and it's a Fortnite skin. You can buy that skin in Fortnite then, but you saw it on the street. Now you're wearing the same thing. So I think it's like the little tech aspects of it that are changing, but also the adoption and the sort of like mental awareness of all of it is super helpful.
So I think another interesting thing is the economics of the metaverse. And even if we can't quantify the larger problem here, if you simply take a subset such as Fortnite, you look at that and someone like them is doing a couple of these tricks. Like, for example, creating identity through physical brands like Balenciaga and carrying it into this digital space. But at the same time, something like that, a chapter every 10 weeks release makes roughly $600 million. And that's a really genuine economic impact for a digital object. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that Epic Games knows exactly what they're doing. And I think that everyone is wondering what this infrastructure of the metaverse is going to be that Rachel was talking about, and I think that, you know, there are probably 3 or 4 companies that are all trying for it to be them, and I think Epic Games is one of them. I think, you know, their release of UEFN proves that they're really trying to get people to be building those things in there. They're also offering pretty lucrative splits to creators as well, which include all of the Fortnite money that we're talking about. And I think that's part of trying to build that out as that what we're going to call the metaverse or whatever we're going to call it. And, you know, I, for one, think, you know, I haven't seen anybody else really put out something that has made the impact that they have.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing about it is that it's a building process in that, and what Epic has done, which is so clever, is like, we need this to get bigger and bigger, so let's put the power to the people and train them and teach them and grow with them. And it's the same thing with the Vision Pro release this week, is that there's just this sigh and sadness for everyone, like, oh, it's not out until next year. But the reality is all the developer kit tools are out now, and so they are now able to help put training wheels on an entire ecosystem to make sure that by the time the release happens, it's going to be successful, it's going to be meaningful. The design principles are posted, so everyone's sharing like what spatial design is. And that's been the thing that's just been resonating so much this week with all of the conversations, is that the technology is being purposely bottlenecked in a way so that when it is out, it's not going to be a stumbling block. It's going to be a explosion. Maybe. We'll see. But the idea is...
JT, I can't wait to see your first spatial project. I absolutely love just the idea of using a tool like that to rebuild VAD worlds. You have it on the stage, you're pulling things out of digital libraries, you're throwing it there, you're changing the HDRI image, all that stuff by looking into the goggle, doing that kind of remote scouting thing. But Noah, can you tell us a little bit more about what UEFN is in case people don't know?
Oh yeah, I mean it's basically a way for people to build their own. It essentially turns Fortnite in a sense into Minecraft or Roblox in the sense that you can create your own content, create your own little worlds, monetize that content, and just essentially use Unreal Engine as the authoring tool for content that people who are used to looking at Fortnite content that only came from Epic now can come from a community source. It just kind of opens up that potential for people to make new worlds that aren't made by Epic, but have the opportunity to be seen by this massive audience of Fortnite users and, potentially become a kind of gig economy of sorts for people. And yeah, as we've kind of been circling around, like there is no one agreed upon metaverse out there, but Fortnite seems like a pretty solid model in the sense that it's very accessible to people. People enjoy it. It's very popular. It has a big audience. So, I mean, if that is what ultimately becomes the metaverse of sorts, and we get, better and better technology to look at it and more interesting ways to interact with it, then, that seems like a good way to get there. And incentivizing the people who are playing in these worlds to actually make these worlds, that strikes me as the smartest approach, because it's going to continue to feed, and there's always going to be a new thing to see and hopefully an attraction for people to keep those worlds going. Because I think we can all see like Meta kind of failed in the sense that you go to some of these worlds that they've created and they're completely empty. Nobody wants to walk into a theme park and there's nobody there. So I mean that's kind of the key is finding that critical mass that attracts enough people that it just feels like a community and not kind of party after everybody's long left. So that's the challenge. Yeah.
I think.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think to that point, just quickly, one of the things that's smart about UEFN is people actually do want to be on Fortnite, right? And the reason they do is because there's a persistent kind of mechanic to interaction within the world. There's always something that's happening for you to do. It's not just, here's a virtual world, my buddies and I are going to come and hang out and just kind of chill. It's we're going to come and we're going to hang out and we're going to be playing and have something to do. And also there's narrative overlaid over it, right? There's always some kind of progression and constant action within the world. So I think they're really smart to lean into that. AJ, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, much more eloquent than I was going to say. I just said it was going to say it just kind of feels like the YouTube model. I mean, YouTube didn't have to create any content; they just opened up the thing and let everybody else go wild. And look what happened there. I mean, they created a whole industry.
So one other interesting trend that I spotted, I was talking with Alice Taylor over at Disney Innovation, and the new golf is becoming playing these games together, getting into these digital environments on instead of Saturday morning, Friday or Saturday night, and bonding over some of these activities. I think it's pretty surprising and it's really cool. And this is a woman who's leading this, so it's another interesting social dynamic in the way things are changing. Absolutely.
I think it is part of.
Sorry, good.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say off of that, like it is like people who are coming from the gamification world of things and used to playing Minecraft or Roblox, or they're used to saying, "Well, I'll just change this and make this." And I think those kind of people that we see in on-set virtual production, when like the client is of that sort of age or in that space, and also the team is in that space. We do a lot of work with esports, so seeing that in like a Riot Games environment. It's amazing how fast things go, because all of a sudden everyone's like, oh yeah, we do this and do this and this. And it's because when you go home at night, you're on your headset talking to your friends about your day while you're just building a whole ecosystem. And it's just that sort of rote understanding is really starting to take off, and we're going to see it grow more, which is really, really fun. But yeah, it's a whole new social experience.
And I think to your point, oh, sorry.
You can go.
I think to your point, Eric, about what makes this compelling is that because of the technology we have, we're able to be individuated also within this experience, right? So even though it's in a virtual context, because of the skins I'm able to purchase, right? Because of the identity I'm able to take on, because of the things I own, my experience can be unique and distinct within this virtual space. So I think some of what we're able to develop there makes it like, yeah, instead of it feeling undifferentiated and we're all avatars and we have the same experience, it does feel a bit more of like you're getting that element of the real world where, you know, I have a different experience. I get to see the character and personality of my friends when I hang out in person. And there's a translation to that now with the virtual interactions.
Yeah, it's rather interesting. Almost all of my daughter's friends are all spread across the country nowadays because they have become accustomed to making friends online. So to JT's point also, I kind of have a theory that if we take the pipeline of VAD or building kind of a combination of the digital worlds and whatnot, from 9 months to 9 weeks, that it really changes the dynamics and the consumption of this process and product. Any thoughts on that in the future and how AI might speed up this process? And I know we only have about 4 minutes left, so we'll have to hit this one quickly.
Well, that's something we've been pretty focused on. I know JT has been some cool AI stuff as well. I think for us, you know, we partnered with a company here called Narwhal Studios, as well as Rochu Studios, in order to create a faster VAD pipeline. I think, you know, we always just look at it from the filmmaker's perspective and what's the biggest roadblock. And, you know, there are several that we've tackled thus far, and this is the next one. You know, we're doing our best to make this VAD process faster. And I think if you keep it as an all Unreal VAD pipeline, then it's way faster. And we want to keep these things out of a black box where nobody knows what's going on, you know, while these people are creating things. And so that's our whole thing, is to create as much transparency as possible, keep this thing open and use responsible AI. And, you know, I think JT probably has more to say about the AI stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all seeing it pretty quickly and everyone's getting their different looks at it. And last October, we helped a great company called Sehongli make a tool called Kubrick, and that's grown and evolved a little bit to do text to image based work. But someone showed me last night a voice to image piece that was great. And then another person had as a text to 3D thing on a wall that I just saw yesterday as well. So who knows, that with the world of nerfs and stuff like that, it is interesting to see what will happen and how it grows quickly. But I think a lot of people in the tech spaces and the design spaces are really, you know, people might think that they're worried or scared or threatened by AI, but I've seen a lot of people really embrace it and do some amazing things with it really quickly, because I think it's needed. I don't want to roto out something every day for the rest of my life. I'll let the computer do it. It's just fine.
So JT, you actually casually dropped the word nerf. Noah, can you tell us what a nerf is? Noah's the master of all knowledge. He's just out there constantly. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, NERFs are neural radiance fields, which are just essentially a different way of modeling 3D environments and models where we take reference photography, but we're also using a lot of machine learning and neural networks to sort of take that reference photography and make like a supercharged version of photogrammetry. And obviously, when you're dealing with something like a VR headset, the idea of having an environment created that can be viewed from any perspective and still look realistic is obviously very attractive, because you want things that are in the field of view of that headset to seem just as real as the room that you're moving around, that they're being, you know, superimposed onto. So yeah, it's one of those technologies that I think is sort of in its infancy right now, but will ultimately become something very critical for all the stuff that not only is going into headsets, but is forming the basis of the environments that end up on LED walls. So yeah, it's and the cool thing is that since it's a fairly new thing, it's been designed in mind with the way people are used to sort of building these things today. Like, instead of having it be a very complicated system of, you go with very high-end still cameras and you shoot thousands of stills and you kind of collect those into a folder and then you run these processes on them. They're designed now to be done with your phone and to the point of really high-end quality with just a phone. So I mean, you know, it has a lot of promise. And again, I think it's great too, because it democratizes who can make a really high-end environment, takes it away from only, you know, some insanely well-paid visual effects house, and says, you know, the average person can make this and potentially participate in this process. So that's great.
So I think we're running out of time here, but Rachel, I'd love to give you one last opportunity to talk about any quick pointers you would say about bridging kind of world building, OSVP, and coming metaverse. You always say insightful things, so I gotta put you on the spot.
Okay. I'll say just it helps to stay grounded with the individual, right? Like world building is a big thing. We're building systems. We're trying to understand these complex things and bring them to life, either in a film context or in a virtual world context. But when we come back to the human, I feel like is when world building is the best. So when we're building a fictional world, like if we run a character through the world and think about behavioral scripts, right? What are the things we do day to day? How are those things different in this world? That's a great grounded way to start the process of like building out the nuances of worlds that feel real and lived in and that people want to spend more time in.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for helping me with this panel today and sharing your wisdom. These are some of the best people practicing this art out there in the field. And so I highly suggest you look them up and learn more about what they're up to. Thank you.
We thank you so much. Thank you. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다, 여러분.
Please give them a warm round of applause to the 5 panelists for their wonderful conversation from their practical experience and wisdom. So did you enjoy their panel discussion? Now we have a lot more. We have presentations a lot more exciting. But before that, we will have a 10-minute break and resume the session from 2:40. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the third presentation. For this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Thomas Winks. His title is The Interaction Through Unity and Creating Interactive World with Unity. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hey, I guess that means the microphone's on. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. Good afternoon.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 반갑습니다.
My name's Thomas Winkley. I work for Unity Technologies as a technical marketing advocate. So this talk is called Creating Interactive Worlds with Unity, and I thought it would be cool, since this is a Metaverse conference, to talk about all the things you can build in relation to the Metaverse using Unity. So to get started, let's jump in and we can talk about who I am a little bit. So like I said, I'm a technical marketing advocate. I'm based in Salt Lake City, Utah, which is on the west coast of the US. And I do a lot of rapid prototyping. I do a lot of teaching of gameplay programming and code. My favorite fighting genre of games is fighting games. And the best food ever made is pizza. So I thought I'd share that with you all before we get started. So safe to say, especially being so late in the day, you've all probably had a pretty broad perspective and been given and shown what the metaverse is, right? You have an idea of what this is. And so really, I want to focus this talk on the massive ecosystem of tools that Unity has to help you bring your ideas into the world of interactive and real-time content. In the small chance that you don't know much about Unity, we're the world's leading platform for creating and growing interactive real-time 3D content. We have our core editor and a bunch of different available packages and other tools. You can use what we have to create a ton of different experiences and other pieces of the metaverse as you see fit. Anything from interactive worlds that you may go and meet other people in, to educational experiences or anything along those lines can all be built and crafted using an engine like Unity. So one question I get quite a lot is, well, it's a game engine, right? So what can a game engine do for me in something like this? And something I like to try to change minds towards is it's more than a game engine, is it's a real-time 3D platform. And so what that means is that it can create real-time 3D experiences. So while games are what we're built in, games are the core and the starting point for us, it really goes beyond that to allow you to do things like simulate real-world.
실제 생활을 시뮬레이션 할 수 있다는 것을 말하죠. 이 산업이 계속해서 특히 자동차 산업
as they start kind of going, they're gonna see new competitive advantages, and a lot of that, in order to get there, they're embracing interactive and immersive 3D experiences. What we're seeing here is actually a configurator that we built for Timmy, and this is really powerful because you can see the actual exploded view of all the pieces. And inside this experience, you can dive in and look at all the parts, the part numbers. So if something goes wrong with this, you're able to look and see what's broken and then go forward and fix it. So the way I like to break this down is that if we can simulate this for a game, then we can simulate it for the real world. So this is impacting so many more things than gaming, right? It's going to tackle medicine, training, architecture, engineering, construction, manufacturing, and film. Really, the sky is the limit when you start thinking about all the different things you can do using a real-time engine and creating simulations. So the thing I love to call and to talk about when we do these types of things are digital twins. So digital twins are powered by real-time 3D engines, and they allow us to recreate the world as we see it and test theories. There's different pieces of placement of where things could be. If we're testing a new car, if we're testing construction equipment, or even a 2D or 3D recreation of an airport, for example, or a new retail space that we're going to be building, we can create a digital twin of it and experiment with it before we actually physically build the thing we're thinking of. So using digital twins, companies are transforming the way they work, and this is affecting them in their design processes, their engineering processes, their manufacturing, their sales, and their service. And there's so many different applications to how these work that once you create something, you can quickly iterate upon it. You can change it, you can modify it as you get your data back. And the world really starts to open up to you. So these are things that I would like to really bring into perspective, because digital twins, being a replication of a process or an object or a thing, give you the ability to build and create faster, and they're changing a lot of things we do. So now that I've kind of given a few minutes description of digital twins and how they work, I want to jump into some of the tools that are used to create these types of experiences. Or, as we like to call it, the tools for the metaverse. So one of the things you're going to see is to create real-time content, there's a lot of tools out there outside of Unity you need to create things, right? So if you're creating something like a 3D asset as an example, you're going to use tools like Blender, Maya, ZBrush. We call them digital content creation tools, or DCCs. And they think a little bit differently than a lot of the things being used to create automotive manufacturing and engineering pieces. Tools like Rhino, Fusion 360, Revit, CATIA, Navisworks, and a bunch of others. They don't think about geometry or the shapes you're putting into your engine the same way that a tool like a game development tool would think, right? With game development, we have to think about a lot of things like optimization, how many polygons are we facing, what are our edges like, that type of stuff. But when you're building something for manufacturing and engineering, you want it to be as accurate and perfectly replicated as possible, and you want to include a lot of data, including metadata and information about all the parts, pieces. This can be anything from exactly the color of paint that goes on a metallic surface to the part number and where you order that part from, all of those things. And so as part of that, we've built a connection to help bring a lot of that data in to help you move your digital twins faster. And this is called the Pixies plugin. So Pixies is an integration piece in Unity that lets you start bringing in these different types of manufacturing file types. And it imports, you import most industry-leading solutions and standards and formats and the metadata associated with them. So instead of having to take your model from one of these tools and then recreate it in another tool and then put it into Unity, you can scrub that process out completely, and you can actually just take it and import it directly and start working with it. It's also nice because it lets you create ready-to-use assets, and you can tessellate meshes and deconstruct them a little bit to get your optimized polygon counts. You can also automate the tasks and the import tasks using rules. And it has an extensible C# API, so you can actually write your own code on top of it to help enhance and modify your processes as you go. And I like the way this image kind of shows the way this is set up, because if you look at the steering wheel, you can see how clean the geometry is wrapping around here and all these different faces. And that's all been put through Pixies and processed to make sure it's nice and optimal to be inside of a real-time 3D engine. If for some reason you're working on a digital twin style process for something and you actually want to take it beyond doing something just inside the editor and you want more customization, then you can actually step yourself up and use Pixies Studio. So Pixies Studio lets you do the same thing, but it's actually its own software that you can then build and then repurpose to move into Unity. So this has, of course, all the CAD format compatibility that we talked with. It has a native hierarchy, so you can actually go in and edit the hierarchy of your object and all the different parts. A really good example of this is when you model, say, a jet engine, that model inside of one of these CAD tools is going to contain all of the individual screws and pieces, right, that assemble it and put it together, because those are all really important parts of the data. And you can take them into Pixies, and depending on how you want to utilize them, if your model needs to have every single bolt, every single screw, every single plate, and where that plate comes from, you can leave it that way. But if you're doing maybe a demo where it's being driven around and you're not doing repair work, you could actually tighten up and clean that hierarchy up and merge those objects together so that you don't have to have as many individual moving parts. It's powered by a native hierarchy, powerful algorithms. You can, of course, automate tasks and import metrics there as well. This is really powerful when you're trying to automate and clean up your workflows, right? If you have a certain process that works for the products you're building, you can set those rules and have them be part of your custom import so you don't have to redo those processes and rules consistently. It also allows you to scale your data preparation and really focus on building all of those different pieces as you see fit. So once you've converted a lot of that data for your digital twin, and this is just one form of digital twins, I want to be really clear on that. I talk quite a lot about this, mainly because I like to see things. Let me jump back to this slide really quick. This is just one piece of the puzzle of digital twins, right? And, you know, we see the automotive example here. We see this beautiful retail space that's been twinned. And the powerful image of these things is however you want to visualize this data, you can do so. And our engines give you the power to do that. Something I like to say when I'm speaking to students quite a bit, which I get to do with my job quite a lot, is if I can put like a Pokemon on a table, like in the example of Pokemon Go, that also means I can put a building on a skyline using my phone, right? Augmented reality performs similarly. So if I'm going out to build a building and I want to see what it's going to look like in these areas I'm building in, maybe it's being built down the street from my house and I would like to see what it would look like, I can actually just point my phone at the skyline and impose the object there to see what's going to happen before we actually start construction, right? Saving time and money. If anything's ever wrong or incorrect, we can test it. This image right here is something you can find on our use cases. So this is actually a 2D digital twin of the Vancouver airport. And what's cool about this is they built this digital twin to work with the flow of people and speed and see if things change at different times of day, how that's going to impose on the traffic speed of users as they go through this airport. And if they move different railings, different ramps, they put out different signs, how that will impact those flows. And it was so successful that they're looking now and moving forward into building like a 3D version where they can actually start worrying about fleet management, air traffic, and that type of thing as well. So there's a myriad different types of digital twins you can build. For the specifics of talking about some of these tools you can use from us, I just like to talk about the manufacturing side. Of course, medical training, you see them wearing the, basically, I'm not sure which headset they're wearing there. But again, they're using that to experience medical training, which is a lot better way to put people into high pressure situations with something like this than it is if you were to imagine actually making them experience those traumatic situations. Okay, cool. So I just wanted to jump back and cover some of that. So let's see where we were at. Let's jump back one more. So once you've done a work through all those tools, the thing that you have to consider is the editor itself, right? That is the base of what we do. Like we said earlier, this is like a real-time 3D platform. We're considered one of the world's leading development platforms for this, and this allows you to create amazing games and experience across the widest range of platforms. So this is something that we really pride ourselves in, is when you build something in Unity, the ability to deploy it to multiple things is there. So if you build an experience for one type of VR headset, you can then use other tools to take those things and convert it to deploy to another headset. And you may have to make some changes to it, maybe in some of the interactions or some of the code, but you don't have to completely rewrite the application, which speeds up your iteration time and your deployment time. So the next thing I like to talk about, and I like to talk about it because I hope to one day be a really, really talented technical artist. Right now, really good at programming. This type of stuff I'm not as good at yet. But shader graph is super important in any of these artistic creation pieces, whether you're creating some kind of a metaverse world where people are interacting together or playing games together, or if it's recreating a digital twin of an object. This allows you to have fast iteration time at every step of your shader creation process, and you're not worrying about writing actual code syntax and then recompiling. Instead, it's all a graph-based system, and this mirrors a lot of industry workflows that you're going to see in a ton of other art tools. You simply connect all your nodes to a graph and drive your creative vision, and you'll notice in this image, you can see that all of these different changes as it goes through the different pieces of the shader iteration are actually, for the most part, being previewed, so you can see what the changes are going to look like in real time as you iterate and tweak your values to make these shaders look a lot more powerful. So these are a great amount of shaders that you can look at that were created with Shader Graph. I think my personal favorite out of this kind of slice of images is this middle one with the water with these gorgeous reflections bouncing off. The raindrops are actually really, really powerful and cool as well, as you see those ripple effects kind of coming out. And all of that is being done utilizing Shader Graph to create these beautiful dynamic worlds from a myriad of environments. So I've talked a lot about some stuff, but I want to share something that I find to be really important. A recent integration to Unity is visual scripting. And this allows anybody using Unity to create scripting logic that would normally be written in C# with a text-based coding language with visual drag and drop graphs. And the reason I love to talk about this anytime I do a presentation, anytime I get a chance, is that you can actually write C# scripts or use visual scripting, and the two can work together. So somebody like myself who is a programmer can write a lot of code, but then somebody who may prefer to use visual scripting can also design and build out their systems, and we can communicate among each other to make sure things are getting built correctly. And I love to talk about this because when we were building our mobile AR development pathway for Unity Learn, which I'll talk about here in a minute, we interviewed a ton of XR creators. And even though they were doing something that a lot of us consider to be highly technical, creating a mixed reality, right? Creating virtual reality, augmented reality, they didn't consider themselves as technical because they weren't writing code. They were using a visual coding solution. And so I like to talk about this to let folks know, if you are using a visual coding solution, just because you're not writing text-based code, you are still coding and you are still being very technical. And it's a really valid way to create, because one of the things that Unity we want to do is we want to get this technology in the hands of everybody, regardless of how you want to engage with it. So if you want to be a programmer like me, you can absolutely do that. But if you want to create something without writing any code, you should have that ability as well. And visual scripting is one step towards helping you do that, as well as a lot of other pre-configured components that I'll also talk about as I kind of go through some of the things we have. So I think that covers all the stuff about visual scripting. I told you it was really cool, and that's the most important part. Visual scripting is something absolutely amazing, and I'll talk about some content on like Learn if that's something you're interested in diving into. Another thing that I find to be really powerful in Unity and creating this any kind of experience, whether metaverse or not, is a scriptable render pipeline. And the scriptable render pipeline, it allows you to control the rendering of your objects via C# scripts and assets. And this is a really cool technology that underpins our two main rendering pipelines, the universal render pipeline and the high definition render pipeline. And you see these images down here, they're actually examples of the two pieces. So you can see this left with the water and the bridges is actually done with the universal render pipeline. And this one on the right is a shot from The Heretic, which is one of our short films you can watch on Unity's YouTube, that is done with the high definition render pipeline. And we can talk about kind of what those are now. So the universal render pipeline is a pre-built scriptable render pipeline made by Unity. It provides a very artist-friendly workflow that lets you quickly and easily create optimized graphics across a range of platforms. So this is really the render pipeline if you want to deploy across the widest range of devices, because you can set up your optimization through assets really easily and use those to deploy to a bunch of different things. So a great example for that is I might be deploying to my phone here, which is a couple years old, and I might also be deploying to my wife's Android phone, which she's only had for 6 months. It's brand new. And so her phone is actually more powerful than mine because it's newer. It has better technology. So when I go to deploy this application and I want to target a 4-year-old device like mine, I can adjust how the universal render pipeline handles lighting and handles shading and handles shadows and all that stuff so that it will still run fluidly and be playable on my older phone. But then I can change a new profile to go a little more intense, a little more high end to run on newer phones as well, so they get a better experience on their better hardware because it can handle it. And it's not something that I have to spend a ton of time writing special rendering pipelines or anything like that. I, of course, could use a scriptable render pipeline to write my own rendering outputs, but I can use the universal render pipeline to set up all of these different optimization outputs to make it run better on different devices. So the high definition render pipeline is another pre-built scriptable render pipeline built by us that lets you create cutting edge, high fidelity graphics for high-end platforms. So this is your AAA rendering engine to build the best looking stuff you can build. This is if you want to target next-gen consoles, high-end PCs, high-end VR headsets with a lot of processing power, or a headset that's tethered to a PC that's going to have that processing power backing it. It allows you to create these really beautiful and powerful experiences. And again, you're using things like volumetric lighting, volumetric fog, rendering volumes, all kinds of stuff, and you don't have to write the code for them yourself. You can build these objects out and put them into play pretty easily. So the next thing I like to talk about in these types of things, after rambling about rendering pipelines quite a bit, is that the XR interaction toolkit, because this is another important piece of building out the metaverse that we provide that allows you to create things with or without code. So the XR interaction toolkit is a high-level component-based interaction system that lets you create VR and AR experiences and provides a framework, and it sits on top of the open XR standards, which means it's also deployable to a myriad of devices. But it's really powerful because it allows you to have all of the things you would want in, say, like a virtual reality experience without having to rewrite all the things that have already been created. I love this because it provides snap turning, where you can actually flip the controller and snap your user's movement like this very quickly. It has ray targeting, it has pickup interactions, it has sockets, and all kinds of other things that you can just utilize as a component-based system. And then if you find you need to do more with it, you want to go further, you can of course extend it and change it using C# and other code options. Although no, really just C#. So you can take C#, dive in, change it up, extend it, modify it to fit your needs if the base implementation isn't doing what you would like it to do. But I've used it for about 2 years now, and it gets better every year. It's constantly being updated, constantly being changed, and of course, making its way forward with new versions of Unity as well. The next thing I like to discuss when you're talking, metaverse type content is AR Foundation. So this is our similar extension for AR that sits on top of Google's AR solutions and Apple's AR solutions that allows you to create these AR experiences and again, deploy them to multiple devices without changing a ton of code. So if you want to do, for example, surface detection, which you see right here happening with this little plane here, You can do that, and then when you go to deploy it to the device, AR Foundation already has the implementation, and it's simply going to tell you, hey, this is how or this is where I connect, and then I will build to iOS, to Android, or to whichever other operating system. I guess those are really kind of the two main mobile operating systems, but it also allows you to object placement, hand tracking. It does now, it actually tracks people in shots now. It can do facial targeting, and a lot of other pieces there that allow you to, again, not have to rewrite the solution, not have to build it again, but instead focus on building your incredible solution using these tools as part of what you're building. So I just kind of talked to you for 25 minutes about a lot of tools that you can use within Unity. And full disclosure, this is only a few of them. There are tons available to you, and there's also tons of stuff in the asset store that have been built by incredible creators. But if this is something you're thinking, I would love to learn what this is, how it works, then check out learn.unity.com. This is our free Learn platform. It's on-demand learning content built internally by Unity. We have a full real-time team that sits on the social impact team that I'm on. They're incredible. They're awesome developers, and they help build out all of this content. It has 3,400 plus tutorials. It has 600 projects and courses, so over 1,400 hours of content, and it all builds and focuses around all of these types of tools that we're looking at right now. And something I like to show when I'm talking about these types of things, hopefully my screen share lets me transition really quick when it loads, is Unity Learn here. And we can look at our pathways. And I like to show off our learning pathways the most because these are actually built to help you get the skills you want towards those types of things. So Unity, if you've never done any type of development like this before, then Unity Essentials is where you start. It talks about the industry, how real-time 3D platforms think, and it actually has you publish your first small app right here. If C# and coding is the way you want to go, we have the junior programmer pathway that lets you dive in and learn a bunch of different coding ideas. By the end of the pathway, I think you've built like 8 or 9 different prototypes. You've also built personal projects to help enhance your portfolio. I actually reference junior programmer quite a bit when I'm not sure how to do a specific thing. If I can't Google it quickly, I will jump on Learn and check that first when I'm working on a project because it has so much information packed in there. And that's actually something we commonly refer a lot of our customers to if they're stuck. Like, hey, here's a tutorial that'll help you fix this. A lot of that lives inside here. Creative Core is going to cover a lot of different aspects of everything that's not code in Unity. So this is going to dive deep into audio, lighting, materials, all of the stuff you need to make your project look, sound, and feel good without the coding portion of it. So more on the art-focused tools, I guess is the way to describe that there. And then the other two that are the newest and near and dear to my heart because they were a lot of labor from our instructional team is VR development and mobile AR development. And I really love to point out the VR development because it actually shows you how to use the XR Interaction Toolkit to build out your project. It's also really cool because it focuses on industry broad stuff. So while you're working on a small game as part of the tutorial, you're actually building an architectural rendering as one of your projects outside of that. And it's like a small apartment space in a city that you can walk around in. So it actually shows you how you would apply these tools in a industry outside of just gaming. But again, the beauty of all of this is it's the same skills. And so you learn how to do all of this stuff, and it's applicable across multiple places. So I get really excited about this and like to talk about it quite a bit, mainly because if you're newer to these tools, or if you're like, oh, well, I know how to do C#, but I don't know how materials work, or I've never used the universal render pipeline or the XR Interaction Toolkit or anything I'm talking about, Unity Learn has the content you need to show you how to use these different tools. Okay, so there is my in-depth sales pitch on why you should use Unity Learn. Let's jump to, oh, that's it. That's the end of my presentation. Look at that, 30 minutes talking about stuff that I think is really powerful and really cool. I'm assuming that there is some kind of Q&A type format, but I'm sure the production team will let me know if there's not. But otherwise, I would love to connect with you all. If you're interested in things you can connect with for Unity, you can scan this QR code on the left here that says Unity, And that will get you access to a lot of the tools we have available, things we do for students in support of that, access to learn. And if you want to connect with me and ask, show me projects you're working on or anything like that, you can scan on the right, and that has my LinkedIn and my Twitter, and I believe my email address as well. So thank you all so much for your time, for listening, and letting me tell you all the cool stuff we have going on here at Unity. And yeah, I'll let production tell me if there's actually a Q&A function, and if there is, I'll hang out and talk and answer any questions you might have while we're here.
We thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
네, 고맙습니다, 여러분.
Thank you. Let's give him a warm round of applause so that he can hear us. It was very lively and informative presentation about Unity. It was Thomas Winkley of the Unity. Now let's move on to the second presentation. Personally, I'm interested in this presentation. I'd like to invite Lee Yeon-dong Pro from ASEAN-RoK Pacific. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, my name is Yoo Yeon-dong from ASEAN-RoK Pacific. So we just heard beautiful metaverse use cases from metaverse and other industries, and I represent the beauty industry in terms of the metaverse. And probably many of you would think that, actually beauty industry did not make a lot of successes in metaverse, and somewhat that's true. So today, how our industry, the beauty industry, is building the metaverse, that's not going to be our focus. I want to talk about why our industry is interested in the metaverse and how we are looking at this metaverse. Those two questions are going to be my focus of the presentation today. So today, the goal of the presentation is that, after my presentation, I hope you understand how beauty players think about the metaverse. And that would be great enough for my case. So today, first of all, I'd like to talk about the current status of the beauty industry. And second part of the content is going to be the use cases of the beauty metaverse. And the last part is going to be the metaverse project that's done by ASEAN-RoK Pacific. So again, let me introduce myself officially. So Web3 project lead. I'm leading this department, and my name is Yoo Yeon-dong from ASEAN-RoK Pacific. So let me talk about the current status of the industry. So if you look at the cosmetics market size, it's about 250 trillion won. So every year, we are seeing the growth of 3 to 5%, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had slight decrease, but back in 2021, we were able to recover the sales, just like 2019. And let's look at by countries. As you know, China and the US are accounting the most portion of the market size, and we, Korea, stand. Probably you are most curious about our countries. We believe we rank 9, well, according to the material, but I believe that right now, at the moment, we stand 7th or 8th. And lastly, let's look at top 10 cosmetic brands. So the US and French companies take the most pies portions, and so P&G and L'Oreal and Estee Lauder, they rank number 1 and 3, and ASEAN-RoK Pacific Group ranked 6th. And actually, we are the only Korean company in this rank, but LG stands somewhere between us and 10th. let me show you the use cases of the beauty brand Metaverse. So participants, I'm sure you are interested in various uses of the Metaverse, but probably you haven't heard of a lot of use cases of the Metaverse in beauty industry. But I just introduced you top 10 cosmetics brands, right? And actually, all of them are trying actively to use Metaverse. Then, why are they interested in the beauty in Metaverse? Actually, thanks to this presentation, I searched a lot of cases, and I think we have two main reasons for having interest in the Metaverse. So first is creating virtual store, and the second one is it's about creating and delivering the brand identity via virtual space. So the first one is the use cases of the virtual store. So let me talk about my story first. So you can see that that picture is me. So starting 2011, I joined this beauty industry, and actually back then, offline revenue accounted a lot in the total revenue. I mean, I even visited stores to work, and I worked on sampling in the offline stores. And back then, my seniors talked a lot about this. E-commerce and online will not replace our industry because you have to test, you have to apply beauty products to your skin directly before you purchase them. So this is something that online cannot replace. That's what they said back in 2011. Do you agree with this talk? Well, it's not totally wrong. I mean, until 2011, online revenue via e-commerce accounted only 6.9% of the entire sales revenue. So back then, not only beauty industry, but B2C, they accounted, they gained 10% of the revenue via online back then. But as you know, online market grew significantly. So by 2021, our e-commerce revenue accounted 36% of the entire sales. So I guess the number grew by 5 times or 6 times. And now actually today, our online revenue accounts 50% of our total sales. So why am I talking about e-commerce? This is the potential of the metaverse that our company is interested in.
When we have the digital transformation from offline to online, many cosmetic companies had difficulties, especially for companies like us, offline powerhouse. We had such a long time of difficulty. In order not to repeat the mistake, the beauty companies are looking into the metaverse. So through the metaverse, many companies are advancing into metaverse. Let me share with you 2 samples. One is Charlotte Berry, and the other is Laneige. First, Charlotte Berry, created by Charlotte Berry of the UK. Charlotte Berry, and this brand has largely pink tone and colorful blend look. So in that sense, the metaverse space comes with robust colors and very highly immersive. For higher immersive, it comes with different sensors. You can check the links to see the tutorial clips and also check out the product information. And for more immersive experience, you can choose different types of avatar, your complexion, hair, dress, and you can choose from different makeups. And what's interesting is that you can summon other friends. Actually, in real world, women like to go to cosmetic shopping with their friends, and then the purchasing record rises about 1.8 times. So when you shop in avatar in virtual world, but if you invite your friends, then you can get some promotions like receiving more coupons. Next case is Laneige. Do you recognize who she is? Yes, this is actress Kim Yoo-jung, and Laneige is the brand owned by American Pacific, which I work for. This brand is really loved by Chinese shoppers. So you must have seen this via media. When Chinese shoppers go to Korea, they sweep Laneige products when they come to Korea for shopping. So it's one of the favorite brands in China, and recently we have advanced into North America and the Europe market. So on our Laneige US homepage, it was last month that we opened a metaverse space, and in this space, people can experience our brands and our products, so that this promotion leads to actual purchase. So what we have in mind is that the more users play in the metaverse, the more the brands exposed and lead to the more purchasing cases. The spaces with specific themes and also other spaces collect the products and check the details, and buy the products on the metaverse and also watch the contents. This is Metaverse report from McKinsey. The Metaverse market is expected to grow to $5 trillion, and other brands will. This is the third point is most important. By 2030, the 80% of e-commerce will be connected, will happen in the point where it's connected to e-commerce, whether it's virtual store or experience hall. The metaverse will embrace commerce. So you can't experience a sales boost via website through MOU, but we can say that investors are eyeing for the metaverse market. The second is the branding story and brand identity. But I like to give you a pop quiz. And also you will get the gift. The 설화수 will be given out as a gift. Costs about $1,100. So now it's a gift. You're looking at me now. I'm happy. You can search on your smartphone tell me 5 brands owned by American Pacific. I told you 2 already. Okay. Over there. Who's got the answer? Now, this lady in white shirt. Correct. That's the correct answer. Thank you. Thank you for the sound effect as well. Please find me after my presentation and take your gift. Now you are more attentive. Let's move on to the brand space. I'm not very sure about Busan, but in Seoul, the pop-up store is very popular these days. Pop-up stores are very popular these days, especially the hub of pop-up stores in Seoul, like Seongsu or Cheongdam for luxury brands. They are all packed, dotted with pop-up stores in many locations in Seoul. The brands are operating pop-up stores not just to boost sales, but also to spread the identity of the brands. Actually, most of the brands are risking the losses to operate pop-up stores. And even for us, hundreds of millions of Korean won per month. But what's interesting is that the types of pop-up stores are shifting to Metaverse, especially globally. The brands like Taoil, Tiger, Gucci, Nike, they are practicing the Metaverse campaign online, and also for beauty brands, many companies are establishing their metaverse space. One is clinical, the other is PNG. The clinic. This brand is a skin brand in the US under the Estee Lauder. The existing beauty brands focused on emotional appeal, like beauty or some emotional aspects. But clinic is a little different. It approaches beauty from reasonable point of view. And you can see lots of figures and statistics on the label because they want to create the products based on science. To represent their brand identity, they created clinical lab to show how scientific their products are. First is the museum, where you can check out the history or heritage of the company. And the second stage is science stage, where you can see the properties of the products. And on the knowledge section, you can check out the perplexion related tips. Let's watch this video clip.
So it shows the expertise of the brand, and for that they created the metaverse space. And in case of Clinic, they have another metaverse to utilize campaigns and show their identity. So for special skins and for unusual skinned females, they have a metaverse space to test beauty products via online.
Diversity in every aspect of life. Everyone is included. No one is left out.
Superwoman, superwoman, you're amazing. No comparing. Superwoman, superwoman, you're a fighter, so fly higher. Superwoman, superwoman, don't give up.
And lastly, let me show you an example of PNG. So PNG is P&G owns various beauty brands, just like Amore Pacific. This is American brand, and you can see that Gillette and Brown, they are widely known male beauty product companies, and also P&G has a great portfolio for Faber's and Downy and Modali. And if you look at this slide, earlier I said that the company is trying to create a metaverse, right? And every year, companies participate CES to show their technology. And in 2021, P&G created their virtual experience lab called Life Lab. Let's look at the video. So when you enter this Gillette space, you can experience various things such as virtually shaving, and they also introduce new products using this metaverse space. And in case of Oral-B, they showed the toothpaste in Metaverse, and also they had virtual experience labs such as toothbrushing. And last year, P&G had made Beauty Square to deliver their beauty philosophy. So this one has the Korean narration, so please read.
뷰티 스피어입니다. 이 안에서 소비자는 P&G의 뷰티 철학인 책임감 있는 뷰티에 대한 다양한 스토리를 경험할 수 있다고 합니다. 먼저 주소창에 beautysphere.com을 입력하고 메타버스 공간 속으로 접속해 보겠습니다. P&G의 뷰티 철학에 대한 간단한 소개와 함께 화면 중심으로 3D 건물과 다양한 키워드들이 등장합니다. 키워드를 클릭하면 그동안 P&G에서 자신들의 뷰티 철학을 어떻게 실현해왔는지를 다양한 영상 콘텐츠에 녹여내어 소개하고 있습니다. 영상을 감상했으면 좀 더 아래로 내려가 볼까요? 건물 맨 아래층에서는 영국 왕립식물원인 휴가든을 그대로 재현한 메타버스 공간 속으로 입장할 수 있다고 하는데요. 한번 들어가 보겠습니다. 와, 여기가 바로 휴가든이군요. 울창한 숲속에 온 것 같네요. 저기 총 5개의 아이콘을 수집하라는 임무가 생겼습니다. 지도를 보면서 앞으로 이동해 보겠습니다. 저기 나무 아래 초록색 아이콘 보이시나요? 한번 클릭해 볼까요? 와, 아르간 열매를 찾았네요. 아르간 열매에서 나오는 아르간 오일은 피부 미용과 보습에 탁월한 효과를 가지고 있어 높은 인기를 끌고 있는 천연 원료 중 하나죠.
So up till here, I showed 4 examples of the metaverse use of the beauty brands. And now let me introduce the metaverse case done by Amore Pacific. So we opened Unity. So let me show you the teaser. So that was the teaser video. So last March, we on the Decentraland platform, we opened this virtual space called New Beauty Land. So when I introduced this one, I get a lot of these 2 questions. So first, people ask, what is Decentraland? And for those who know Decentraland, they ask, why did you choose Decentraland? So since people in this room are interested in Decentraland, I can directly jump into the answer for second question. Why Decentraland? So Web3 Metaverse was pursued by us before. It was for interoperability and openness and economic feasibility. So we thought that this Metaverse was proper for our case. And I know there are excellent platforms out there, but when it comes to experience and when it comes to economic feasibility among users, we thought that Decentraland was the best case. And also we thought about the future value of the brand. In case of the Roblox, the brand that was introduced earlier, this can be scaled out infinitely, right? But in case of Web3, based on NFT, it has double layers. So in case of Decentraland, there are 90,000 nodes that are limited. And if you look at the Decentraland, every location has a specialty. So in case of Vegas City, then this has the theme of Las Vegas. So casino and those entertainments are developed a lot. And in case of our brand, we were very interested in beauty. And a lot of companies had beauty pop-up online stores there. So we believe that this Decentraland Beauty City will be like a New York City Soho in the future. And the third reason for choosing Decentraland is we wanted to have a strategy to have cooperation with other companies. So Fidelity, Samsung Electronics. So those top-tier companies use Decentraland. They were having a lot of activities in Decentraland, and we targeted those companies for cooperation. And beauty fashion brands get together and open events on this land, and we thought that maybe using those events, we can increase the traffic among users in this metaverse. So let me talk about this new beauty land more. So new beauty value that we pursue is delivered on this beauty land. And this is a new metaverse experiment. So in Seoul, Yongsan, we have the headquarters, and you know that the value is great and it is recognized highly. And we motivated, we used that actual headquarters for building the virtual building in this metaverse. So we have the photo zones, and we have a pop-up space where people can enjoy this new beauty on the first floor. And in the second story, we have brands exhibitions available. And on the third floor, through NFT, users can explore new beauty products. So if you read these words, it's probably difficult to understand. So let me show you the video clip.
저희는 이렇게 공간을 구축하고
So this is how we created the Metaverse space, and this is not just going to be a one-time event. When we have an external promotion, we are going to use this space. And one case of that is Metaverse Fashion Week. So this Fashion Week, as far as I know, in the Metaverse scene, this is the most scalable event that is held. So about 70 to 80 global fashion companies participate this week event, and the top-tier designs get involved for designing the actual clothes, and also NFT, using NFT, designing the avatar clothes is available. Actually, this is the second event that is held ever. But the thing is, somehow this year's event is a bit unpopular compared to the previous year, but still we have tens of K participants participating this one, and it's not actually gaining attention in the country yet, but there are a lot of articles posted in the media, including Yahoo. So this Fashion Week is growing, and we participated this event as well. So DMG and with other fashion brands, we had collaboration. So there is a recap video that I want to show you. So through the New Beauty Land project, we'd like to solve some of the challenges that we are facing. So our company has a long history, but that means our brands are getting older. And we have a lot of clients that are getting older with their passion for our brands. So we are trying to explore new customers. So DMZ and those companies are our candidate for collaborating using this metaverse. And this metaverse is going to be our new chance for creating new branding. I mean, right now, when we look at our offline space, it has some of the limitations for having a lot of imaginations and creating new brands. And also the cost is something that we need to consider. I just mentioned about the pop-up store, and in order to create some of the pop-up stores, we have to spend tens of millions of Korean won. But we can save the cost by having new branding in Metaverse. And we want to create a new communication space using our new beauty land. So people say that we companies try to communicate with our clients better, but I think using Metaverse we can have more effective communication with our users. And this is going to be an evolved new communication style. So that's going to be our new project. And the last one, this is the last section. So as I was working on this Metaverse Conference presentation, a lot of people said that, Metaverse is dead. And actually, are we going to start Metaverse again? I don't know if they were joking or if they were really serious. But, recently, the new innovation was created by ChatGPT. And people say that, Metaverse is going to be the old one. And do you know what kind of graph is this? If you look at this trend of the graph, within the 3 months, the number grew by 20 times. This is the trend of the Zoom service. It's the Zoom DAU change. And without changing the work style of Zoom employees, you can see that there was COVID-19 pandemic before. And I think that's the case for Metaverse as well. It seems Metaverse is stagnant in the market right now, and it's not improving a lot. But if we are going to meet the transformation point, then we can grow significantly. Then what kind of transformation point would be? Is it going to be MetaQuest or not? I don't know what that will be, but we believe that we can be the main player using the Metaverse. So you are working for Metaverse, and I am working for it as well. So the most important factor for us is that we don't have to care about what people say about Metaverse. I think we just have to go constantly and make it forward. So we will be the main player soon using Metaverse. So thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you. Let's give him a warm round of applause. It was such an immersive presentation. Now let's move on to the Q&A session. So if you have any questions or any comment about Metaverse or Asia Pacific, please raise your hand. Before asking questions, please identify yourself. No questions since his presentation was perfect. I have one question myself. From the clinic's case, the complexion, and depending on the complexion, you choose different types of cosmetics. The benefits of offline stores is that you can actually try the samples. Then how can we? So I hope we can try that in Metaverse as well. But do we really have the technology to have it customized? Yes, actually, that's the last hurdle for beauty industry. In this, from my presentation, I largely focused on something outlook. For your question, we are preparing for that, like your complexion and skin tones, texture. We have to have the technology to capture them, but it may take a little longer before that. Yes, I look forward to that. Thank you. And any other questions? Yes. I'm Won Jong-sik from Korea Mint Corporation. The Metaverse space, as I know, for females, they like to go shopping in company because that is entertainment in itself. And in the space of Metaverse, how old is the users? Are the users who stay in the Metaverse, and do you have any statistics about how long they stay in the Metaverse? So actually, when it comes to the age, it depends on platforms, but for Gpero and Roblox, most of the customers are 10, the teenagers, and for Roblox, those who love gaming, and for Roblox, most of the users are those who like game and Decentraland and the Sandbox. Most of the users are in their 20s or 30s. And figures for the remaining hours, there's not much, but judging from the other cases, they released the data recently. On our standard, on average 17 minutes. That was what we found about how long they stay. And for other cases, I'm sorry I don't have a statistic for that. I'm asking this question because if a female likes to have chat and go shopping at the same time, that pleasure and you can create how you can create good platforms, uh, but after all, it seeks profits. So I'm wondering if you have developed a killer contents. That's a very harsh question. That's one of the biggest challenges for us. If we want to invest in metaverse, there must be something in return. It's not just about creating the space where people can come and play. It's hard to persuade and convince the management. But that depends. Some brands only focuses on user experience, and for some brands, they use the channel to promote their products. A good case to share, not so successful one these days, something fun. So far, no such cases so far. But for Americas, we are trying to create samples ourselves. And I missed in my presentation, but our plan, we are expanding into more platforms to create multi-metaverse platform because our Pacific targets different groups of consumers as we do with social networks. Insta and Facebook, they all have different purposes when we want to upload our photos. I think that will happen with Metaverse. Geppetto may be good at something, and Geppetto may be good at something else, but we will be creating the good cases, and we will create new cases. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give him a warm round of applause. That was the Mr. Yu Yeon-dong from Amara Pacific. Now we will have a 10-minute break and resume our next session at 4 o'clock. See you soon. We have the lucky draw at the end of the conference. See you soon.
네, 여러분 다시금 반갑습니다. 자,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the final session. For this session, the first presentation, I'd like to invite Vice President Park Dong-ju from Hong Kong Frontiers. His title is the Meta Commerce based on AI. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. Please take down my photo. Thank you. Every time I was asked to submit my photo, I am reserved. What photo should I submit? But whenever I'm invited to a presentation, I want to be as honest as possible, so I submitted that photo. But do you think I'm better in person? Thank you. Before I begin my presentation, you see, we are having such a long day. Now you have been sitting here from the very beginning today. Maybe nobody. I see. So we are covering different topics today with different speakers. The key topic is the metaverse today, but the longer we have, the more nervous I am because every other speakers have all touched upon the topics I was going to talk about. So some of my presentations will be overlapping with other speakers, but I'll be very flexible without speaking something too technical. So just please get laid back and enjoy my presentation. Now you must be aware that she might not be a lecturer. Actually, I'm in the broadcast industry, so from the way I speak and from my body movement, I maybe something I was a comedian myself. I used to be a comedian, so please bear that with me. When everybody says no, we shouted yes. I am Vice President Park Dong-ju of Hamcom Frontis. When everybody says no, we said yes. And so in May, we launched in April this year. The Meta was launched in April. As many other speakers pointed out, some people say Metaverse is long dead, Metaverse has no chance. And I was going to talk about that, and I want to touch upon that as well. The title has three keywords: Metaverse, AI, and Metacommerce. So now, please raise your hand. I know Metaverse well, and I worked with Metaverse, but I'm not very aware of Metaverse. Half. And some of you must be watching me via YouTube. So I think some of you are familiar with Metaverse while some are not. So let me touch upon that just briefly first. Now, how can I move on? Metaverse is a fleeting phenomenon. Have you seen this photo? NFT is long gone. Now, Metaverse is drowning, and ChatGPT is happy. It's bittersweet. We launched when they were all launched, but as other speakers pointed out, ChatGPT has risen, and they say the AI will also rise. Very luckily, Metaverse hasn't drowned, and ChatGPT appears to be able to save it. We didn't expect this, but when we planned our plan, we thought that we should integrate Metaverse and AI. So the timing was very good because we said yes when everybody was saying no, and our launch was coincided with the launch of ChatGPT. So we are very hopeful, and along with that, we hope that Metacommerce will rise as well. The Metaverse, people say that Metaverse is dead, but I'm here to say that they are wrong. For that, I'd like to share with you this newspaper article when internet was first launched. 1 year later, people said that internet will become obsolete in a year, but we all know that we can't live without internet. Maybe last year in October, the company Kakao, when it had some glitch, do you remember how inconvenient it was? that's how much we are reliant upon the technology. But even before that, when internet was launched, people said that internet will be gone after 1 year. I believe that's the case with metaverse as well. When we talk about metaverse, we make an analogy of metaverse to smartphone. In the past, we made phone calls in only within the house. You may not know, many houses don't have landline at all. But in the past, not many people had landline telephones. So it was common, not very easy to communicate with landline telephones. But one day, beeper was unveiled, which allowed us to communicate with others on the go. Do you remember beepers? Pagers? Yes, the pagers. We found out that we can stay connected with other people without phones. And then came the city phone, not a cell phone, not a public phone, but city phone was an innovation. You look happy when the city phone, and then. But before that, we had Motorola cell phones, which is the size of your arm. It must have been very inconvenient, but we used the phones very much, and then cell phones, and then smartphones. Now, over this process, the metaverse is not a smartphone. To me, I think VR is somewhere between pagers and city phones, because metaverse will rise in earnest when other issues are addressed, like greenhouse gas. Before VR is popularized, I don't think metaverse will become popularized as well. I think we are in the transitional period. In the past, we would say, well, unless you know how to use computers, don't even think of getting promotion. Now, I believe metaverse, that will be the case with metaverse as well. The rate is quite large between those who use metaverse and those who don't. The ChatGPT is very hot these days. You can't get a promotion without unless you know ChatGPT. I believe that the metaverse it will be the case with metaverse as well. Our direction for metaverse is actually, as Meta is not a metaverse platform for commerce. We will create to become everyday service. What do you think of when it comes to 한글과 컴퓨터? You must associate us with office. So we will enhance our Hong Kong office via metaverse. It works pretty much like Zoom, but because Zoom comes with video features, so our models will feature camera as well, sharing different information on your cell phones and information on your cell phones.
So that was our first goal, and I think we will be able to achieve that goal by the end of the first half of this year. And then we are aiming for building the e-commerce. So I think we can be very active with our e-commerce activity very soon. And we talked about the AI today, right? So this artificial intelligence is going to be merged to our metaverse as Meta. And then we want to target SMEs so that we can activate metaverse. So we are dreaming for global marketing. But in order to do that, we have to go beyond a lot of barriers, and we can't visit every single global events all the time. So using this virtual world, we can exhibit our product for 24 hours, and we can also promote products made by SMEs. And someone has to explain those products, right? Think about our actual exhibition. There are employees or the presenters who explain the new products during the promotion event, right? And that means we need someone to do that, and that's actually NPC, because in person we can't really explain those products 24 hours a day. So we want to establish our AI algorithm on our metaverse. So I just mentioned about the metaverse, and I would like to talk about the change of the commerce as well. There is a fun story of it. So if you look at the commerce, it takes a huge portion in our daily life, and I was find something common in our activities. So think about our fifth day market. I mean, a long time ago, every 5 days, there was a market opened. And then after 1 day, a market, it's gone for another 5 days. So during this market day, all the sellers from all around the country gathered together. And during this market opening day, we were able to get some information in other regions as well. And there was a culture embedded in this market. So look at this. There is a music going on. And also there was some entertainment shown during this market day. And then we have a delivery guy. I think this is the start point of our delivery service today. And actually, in the past, there was no good public transportation, so we were not able to move around the cities. And thanks to these sellers, we were able to get the information from other regions. And there are today's modern stores. And in case of the department stores and outlets, they have a lot of brands gathered together. So we are able to shop in these malls. And there is something interesting that we need to point out. The culture that was in the fifth day market day still exists in this mall. So actually in the outlet, in the department store today, there is also entertainment culture that can be enjoyed. And I'm sure you have seen this picture with one finger raised. So there was a promotion saying, just click one button and you're able to shop. So this was the start of the e-commerce. This is non-face-to-face commerce. And we were able to find a very interesting purchase pattern. So since you're not offline, you're supposed to depend on reviews of those products before you buy. Wasn't it your case? I mean, you look at the stars of the products and you read the reviews, and then you decide whether to buy the product. So e-commerce is not something that is done by one person. And then there is TV home shopping introduced. So what is added here? So what is added on top of e-commerce is that show host really explains the product, right? In the e-commerce, there was no seller. I mean, we look at the page, we look at the images, and I have to make my own decision. But there is TV home shopping where the host works as a seller. So actually, we get a lot of help thanks by the host before we purchase. And then there is live commerce. So everyone can be the creator on the live show and they can sell products. So you can see the commerce industry is changing. And now I'd like to deliver this story. Please hold on a second. So TV home shopping and the difference between e-commerce and TV home shopping is, we as users just obtained information, but live commerce enabled two-way communication between users and host. When show host talks, we can add replies and we can add comments, and then host reads those comments and we can interact, we can communicate. It's just like we ask questions to the seller in offline stores. But what is kind of sad is that, this is one to multiple users. I mean, I hosted live shows as well. I mean, I'm the only one host there, but I see a lot of comments being posted at the same time, and I can't read one comment because it just goes beyond the screen. So I was able to respond to just several users. That's something sad. But I mean, if there's only one user access to my page, then I can communicate with the person constantly. But you can see, usually then during the live streaming shows, comments are uploaded multiple times in 1 second. So this is something that we can solve using Metaverse. So I think this is a new change that we have. So NPC is something that you know a lot. You've probably seen this in game, and thanks to ChatGPT, we have a very smart meta host, so it can respond to all the clients 24 hours a day. So specific products. So this digital host, meta host, learns the specific product, and actually we in our metaverse we have a building for each brand, and each company has the meta host. So we can deploy this meta host for one building, and whenever users access to that building, this host handles all the Q&A. So one-on-one communication is possible. I mean, in case of live commerce, it's a one-to-N. So there is limited communication between host and users. But using MetaHost, this kind of one-on-one communication is enabled, and users can easily learn about products. So I don't know whether you've heard of Merabian's communication model. If you heard of this model, please raise your hand. I guess we have one person who knows about it. We applied this metaverse, and when I found this model, I thought this was the one that I should apply. So the theory of this model is that when one person persuades its argument, what's going to be the most important factor for making influence? Actually, the contents of that speech account just 7% of the persuasion, and tone of the voice and facial expression account 38% and 55% respectively for making influence. I mean, think about my presentation preparation. I prepared a lot, but more than my contents, probably my tone of voice and visualization of my PowerPoint and my outlook and my facial expression are the most important factors for making influence to you, audience. So this model is applied to selling a product. Think about it. I mean, we had simple images in e-commerce for selling a product. I'm sure there are multiple kinds of e-commerce, but think about there is only text for selling a product. But compared to that, we have images for that product. And on top of that, think about if we have video clips that has nice voice for explaining that product. And on top of that, we have a host talking about this product. Which one would you choose for selling a product or buying a product? Probably the last one, right? The host is speaking about the product. Probably that's the high probability for buying a product. So now this is applied identically to Metaverse. So NPC, I mean, on the homepage, and we can use ChatGPT for having text of the product description. But if we have an avatar on the Metaverse, and if Metaverse can talk about it, talk about the information, and when I obtain that information, it's fun. There is an interaction between that meta host and me. So it's just like our interaction between the offline sellers and me. So that's what NPC is going to do on our Metaverse platform. So using this Merabian's communication model, we want to put the NPC on our Metaverse. And on top of that, just aside from AI, then we have to think about the next level of Metaverse effect. It attracts our five senses. I mean, so far we just talked about hearing and vision, right? For making influence. And now there is smell, touch, and taste. I mean, they cannot be replaced with the Metaverse, right? But soon, with the Metaverse, these three senses are going to be possible to sense. I participated in CES, and there were a number of devices launched. And this is what I experienced. If you look at the picture, I wore this jacket, and when there is a cold wind, I can feel the cold weather, and there is a pain given to me. And when I wear that jacket, I can feel the pain on my skin. So I heard that there is a smell sensing device available. I don't know about the taste, but soon we can have a device that gives five basic senses to us. If we have those senses available on Metaverse, I believe the refund rate is going to be significantly dropped. I mean, think about the refund rate that we witness on TV home shopping. I mean, when we watch a TV, this texture, this cloth texture looks really nice, I thought. But then when I purchase it and when it is delivered to my home, I mean, I don't like the texture. Then I end up refunding the product. So then what about perfume? I mean, after reading tons of review, it's not enough to sense the smell by myself, but I think this is the role of the Metaverse in the future. And this is AR case. Through the indirect experience, actually we can display some of the products, and we can persuade buying the product. So that was the introduction of our Metaverse as Meta, developed by Hancom Frontiers. So this shows that the Metaverse can be applied to everyday lives in our.
If you look at the members here, you must be wondering why does a Metaverse company has ChatGPT expert or commerce expert or ChatGPT experts? They are all part of the team of our company. Now, the term Metaverse, there's a person who wrote a book about the Metaverse. There's an Lee Ki-hoon. Now, he is the evangelist of the Metaverse. Now, taking a PhD course on Metaverse. And President Jong Jong-gi is an expert in ChatGPT. So he's studying how ChatGPT is affecting Metaverse. He's helping a lot in helping us find out how we can apply ChatGPT. We launched 심심이 last year. We wanted to embed ChatGPT on 심심이. Now it's available. Now, the popularity of 심심이 has gone down after the release of ChatGPT. But that was the original concept of 심심이, because 심심이 is just an app for light conversation, because that was our original purpose. Shimshimi was never intended to become a serious talking pal. So why don't you try Shimshimi sometimes if you are not very busy? And we had a lighting gel which is creating an NPC. We had has signed an MOU with Writing Gel. For the first project, we are training Korean language lecturer, because we have an online subsidiary teaching Korean language. So we have partnered with this company to embed ChatGPT on our solution to export to these Southeast Asian countries, because Korean language is very popular in Southeast Asia, but it's expensive to learn Koreans there. So that's why we are launching educational Korean language course. And we also collaborate with influencers and other experts to train them and to embed them in our NPC so that users can have conversations 24/7. Because with that service, you can talk to your favorite celebrity or your respected doctors on our NPC, so that you can have free conversations with them anytime. And this one, our programs for small companies, and we created the lithography of Andy Warhol's works, and we signed an agreement with that. And the exhibition will be launched next year on Andy Warhol, and the lithography will be sold right after that. Our goal is to display the works on our metaverse, and after that we will launch limited edition of the artists in cooperation with smaller companies. So they are only available on Asmeta, the collaborative products. Not just renowned artists, there are a lot of NFT artists these days, so their works will also be on display. And AI writers, AI artists, the works from AI artists will also be sold. And I believe that this will create good synergy for small businesses, and it will be a good chance for NFT writers and AI writers. So all the idea purpose is aimed at having some promotional effects when they actually launch their products. So, talking about Andy Warhol, the limited edition of lithography by Andy Warhol, I brought a copy of that to give one copy as a gift. So I have one with me, and after this presentation, one of you will be receiving the lithography. Thank you. Now, technology develops the way many people expect, and the development of technology changes people. We are living in the digital world, and the technology of Metaverse, we must be looking forward to the Metaverse technology developing, because the younger generations are all too familiar with ICT devices. But for older generations, we often say that how can you buy something online? You have to buy it offline after having a close look at something. So I believe it's time for us to work harder on the experiences. And that's the goal of ASMETA. I am playing a video clip introducing ASMETA. Please watch.
스토어존입니다. 직접 옷도 이렇게
You can pick your dress. Once you buy it, then your avatar instantly takes on the cloth, change the colors, because you can order. The cover should be fun. This is office, almost done. Everything is installed. And you can reserve the rooms and have meetings. And this is a special exhibition of Andy Warhol. That's it. This is ASMETA. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. The camera zone is temporarily open, but we will be developing that. But that's the model that we have in mind, where you can change your dressing, because the actual clothes you wear is worn by your avatar of online as well. And we also added the fun elements so that you can get some discount. And for office, we hope to replace Zoom, because Zoom is based on 2D environment, and because you have your face exposed and it feels like you are confined to somewhere. But once you have an avatar, the others can be assured that you are there. I believe that will also help reduce the fatigue from online conference meeting. And the metaverse that we pursue is ours. I like to compare it to a bowl which can house everything. We have about 230 words. The first goal is to create all the cities and provinces of Korea, and also the local festivals, but not on a specific day, but around the world, around the year. We hope to create a world where people can enjoy activities all year round, and on top of that, something educational, something related to travel. We value Korean language a lot. To teach Korean language, teach foreigners Korean language, we have been launched not too long, but we promise to develop our metaverse, so I'll call on your support and interest. Now that's it for my presentation. Is there any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Now it's time for Q&A. It was such an immersive. Please raise your hand to ask questions. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not asking these questions to get the lithography. When you talked about Hancom, I instantly reminded of Kim Hye. The Simshimido app was the target Korean people, or did you target worldwide consumers? If you, as you said, if Simshimi is the representative PPC, then the market might not be very large because Metaverse will be much more meaningful when the territory grows in size. Yes, that's a very good question. Yes, Simshimi was not our representative NPC. Before ChatGPT became popular, the chatbot Simshimi was a platform where everyone can come and have conversations. It's kind of the free element of our metaverse. But then came ChatGPT. It's Simshimi now, but going forward, we will be introducing AI lectures and experts and the clock NPCs as well. So we are global. It was uploaded today, and people around the world can download as Meta.
And we're going to get additional questions from the audience. Thank you for your interest in our product. So I am willing to use Ars Meta. So just like Ancom Office, is there any maximum number for accessing the metaverse, or when you have the maximum use of hours, are you going to charge the fee to users? That's a very delicate question. Actually, I think that we have maximum 1,000 users available on the metaverse, and actually we believe that there are going to be some of the ghost members, meaning that they are inactive users. They do not have any activity on the metaverse, and we can set a certain buildings, and each building can have 200 or 300 maximum numbers that can be set in advance. But inviting my friends to the metaverse is available all the time. And about the premium service, right now everything is for free on our metaverse, but using the video, the 45 minutes in the first use, that is for free, and after that you have to pay the service. Okay, thank you for the answer. I think we have one more question. I think my presentation has the most questions, but it means that I did not give the proper presentation. So you talked about using NFT and selling the pictures of the artist. Is it already done? Is it already launched? I mean, did I say selling the NFT? No. Using NFT, artist works are sold. No. Andy Warhol's, that's not the actual picture. This is sold as the engraving point, and NFT is not adopted yet. It's not yet in the market. It's not yet, because of the sensitive issues regarding NFT, we are not selling it as NFT for now. Then, do you think that NFT will make contribution to selling engraving prints, or do you have any business model using NFT? Do you mean in our Ars Meta? Yes. Well, in case of artists, we have a new artists in our metaverse, right? So they are not famous already. I mean, actually they are not the professional artists yet, but I would say they are a bit of amateur level. So we started building a plan regarding NFT starting 2 years ago, and we tried to work with artists, and actually branding those artists is very difficult, and just selling and just by selling NFT, will they make revenue? Probably not. Then goods business is the most money making idea. So we need to have a collaboration between goods and artists, then NFT artists. So then I think we will be able to have a win-win strategy between them and us. So we can have the exhibition in our metaverse, and after that exhibition, that goods can be collaborated with us for selling, and then the revenue can be created for them and for us as well. Thank you. That was a very passionate Q&A session, and let's get the last question.
I have a comment to make rather than a question. The 한글과 컴퓨터, which is 한컴, the Korean language school, I found that unique. China is promoting Confucius School, and we may feature the King Sejong for 한국 학당 to spread our Korean culture or selling goods online. Maybe you can add that comment. Thank you for your comment. I believe that's in line with the public service. Thank you for your comment. We are planning to secure IP to add something Korean. Because we are 한글과 컴퓨터 and 한글, 아리랑, 태권도. If those three things combined, we believe that will be very powerful. And the Seongnam is hosting World Taekwondo Festival, and so we, as Meta, will be broadcasting the taekwondo matches around the world, and we are launching taekwondo costumes. Even after that, the taekwondo enthusiasts will return, the taekwondo players will return to their countries and remember Korea. And also we have another initiative, K-Diaspora. There are about 7.5 million Korean expatriates, and 2 million of them are young generations. So we have partnered with K-Diaspora, signed an MOU to gather together the diaspora young people to teach them Korean language, Korean culture, and give them opportunities to meet Korean friends. So as early as August, we will have a program to invite them to Korea. But before that, the diasporas are able to experience in advance and meet Korean friends. So once they come here, it will be much more touching, and if they meet their friends, online friends in Korea, I think they will like that very much. And as you told, we have signed MOU with Korea Art School and Sejong Hakdang as well. Thank you. Thank you. We have pre-selected questions, but you answered that question. So who will be getting the gift? The gift will go to, I have a quiz. Now I will give you a quiz. What is the name of Metaverse platform of Hong Kong office? The answer is thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Please give her a warm round of applause once again. That was Park Dong-gi, Vice President Park Dong-gi of Prentice, Hong Kong Prentice. Now let's move on to the final presentation. For this presentation, I would invite Mr. Yun Jung-young from Samsung Electronics. The title is Bespoke Home Meta, the Next CX. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, from Samsung Electronics. My name is Yun Jung. So I came Busan 4 years ago, back in 2019, and this is the second time I'm visiting Busan today. And actually, when I came here 4 years ago, actually it's going to be shown later in the materials. You know, because of the bespoke, I visited Busan before. So we have Busan Samsung Plaza. Actually, the name has been changed since March, but we wanted to have a pilot test using bespoke, and with the same bespoke, I'm visiting the city for the second time, and I'm very happy to be here. And you know, probably this is the last session of the speech, so probably a lot of audiences are very feeling bored. So maybe why don't I give a quiz, and maybe I can give free coffee coupons. So let me start my speech. So in 2019, Samsung Electronics started selling bespoke appliances. So this was the biggest event for our company's history. So if you see our products, we have infinity lines including fridges, and also we have Grande AI. This is the water machine. And on the right side, we have dishwasher, and also hood and water filter. So we have various appliances under the name of bespoke. Usually people say that in Korean we have a special word for appliance. We call it a white appliance because most of the colors of the the appliances are chosen as white. But let me take some example. I mean, I love cars, and when you buy cars, probably you think about the color a lot, right? And usually people end up choosing white or black. When I purchased my car a long time ago, I wanted to have a red or blue. That is very unusual, but the car dealer said that most of the Koreans prefer to having white or black. So 70% of the vehicles are made as white or black. So because of that, I bought a white color car, and since then, our company, I wanted to get out of the box, and that's why we came up with customized colors for appliances. I mean, a long time ago, people say that let's buy a fridge, and people were very simple to choose a color. I'm going to pick white or silver, but today we have a various choices. Okay, here is the quiz. Is there anyone who's getting married this year? Or do you have a plan to get married this year? There is one person. Then can I ask you a question? So when you choose an interior, and when you think about purchasing appliance for your new home, what is the factor that you consider the most? I want to pick a bright color for my interior and appliance. Were you like that in the past as well? Yes. So, I mean, there is a trend with the interior design. I mean, in the past, people I mean, not a very long time ago, but I think back in 2019 or 2020 or until 2021, white tone interior color was the most widely chosen color. But starting 2022 and 2023, the tone became more natural. That's more popular. I mean, I didn't know it until I moved into a new place this April this year, and this is what I heard from my interior designer. So you choose interior design first, and then you pick the color for your appliances. Then for our home, which color of the fridge would be the best one? This is something that you need to think these days as well. Then you visit a store. So you can visit the Samsung store, and then there is various choices of the colors for customers. So we have a big Samsung stores in Busan and other regions. And there are characteristics of these big stores. There is one common characteristic. Actually, this is a pop quiz. Do you know what kind of characteristics is this? Actually, there is no specific answer. Well, I have a prize for you if you get the answer. Well, about the digital space, I'm going to talk about it a bit later. And actually, this is the offline store. For bespoke appliance, I can choose the color. The color can be chosen by myself, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Actually, that's the answer I was looking for. But there is a big difference between the appliance color and the interior color. I mean, the offline store is very big, right? The size is very big, but there is a trend change among the offline appliance stores. In the past, we just displayed same appliances on the wall. But starting 2018 and 19, in this store, we decreased the number of appliances for display. And if you visit Samsung store today, we have a very small number of appliances displayed, and actually there is a lifestyle experience hall, and it's very interesting but has a problem. I mean, in the store it looks great, but think about your home, actual home. I mean, for those ones who design the interior style for your home recently, I'm sure you have a new style, but it's a different story. And sometimes you rent a home and you just feel that, I'm going to live here just for 2 years and I'm not going to put a lot of efforts for having great interior design, right? Then, then the reference image is the biggest gap. I mean, so clients are thinking now that, this looks great in the store, but is it going to look great at my home as well? So this is something that we realized. And actually, I earlier said that, I'm going to give you the free coffee coupon, right? I think the first person who answered the question. And someone who talked about the apartment earlier. So this bespoke fridge is really pretty, but does it look good at my home? Not sure, right? So there is a gap between the display and actual displacement at my home, right? I mean, the store is really big and it has a very high ceiling, just like this hall. But think about our regular apartment in Korea. I think the height is about 2.8 meters or lower. So that's why when we put our new appliance at home, it looks a bit different. I mean, when you don't like clothes, you can refund it easily. You can exchange it. But fridge is a different story. I mean, you brought a fridge at home and you don't like the color. And did you try to refund it? I mean, have you ever had an experience like that? I mean, you can't do that. I mean, it's a rare case. Well, Bespoke has an advantage. You can change the panel color. But just because the color is something that you don't like, you don't refund the fridge, right? So the early choice, the first choice matters because that color of the fridge is going to stay in your kitchen for 2 to 3 years at least. So it's a bit different from cloth color, right? So that's why we wanted to think about matching, great match between appliance color and your home. And we made a solution finally. There are 5 elements that we were considering earlier. So first one is house size, and the second one is the structure of the appliances. So what it means is that, you know, there is a freestyle fridge and the regular fridge. Do you guys know the difference between those two? Freestanding and kitchen fit. Yes? So I think 2-door fridge is the kitchen fit, and the single door is the I think that's called the free fit. You can locate the fridge as you want. No, actually, it's a bit different. When I say freestanding, there is a space for a fridge in the kitchen, and when there is position available, we call it a free size. And in case of regular apartments these days, there is a specific space size made for certain fridges, and we call it standard fit. So kitchen fit does not affect the empty space next to the door. It's very effective. But even though the answer is wrong, I'm going to give you the free coupon later. So this was not the first trial that we did. I mean, when we launched the Bespoke appliance back in 2019, we conducted similar pilot testing in advance. So I earlier mentioned that I came to Busan 4 years ago, right? So for the digital plaza, I had to explain this pilot testing to our employees. So the solution had 4 steps of the experiment. 60,000 apartment unit data from Korean apartments were collected, and then sofa and kitchen appliances and island furniture was located, and then product is located, our appliance is located. And back then we did not use HMD. When we click the VR button, the layout of the apartment is drawn as 3D. And then we were able to show this 3D layouts to customers. Actually, this was not a bad idea. So we used the very famous solution from our interior, from our partner. But the thing is, you can see the minutes that take to accomplish each step. So if you add all these 4 steps, it takes 14 minutes, 15 minutes. Actually, 15 minutes is not a short time, right? I mean, for the clients who visit the offline store, they have a clear target, right? Clear purpose. I mean, of course, they want to get some air conditioning during hot summer, but most of the clients who visit a Samsung store, they have a clear purpose. They are thinking of a certain appliance that they want to buy, and and our retailers, for those clients, our 15 minutes of accomplishing these 4 steps is necessary, because those employees are trained very well and they know what those customers want to buy. They are expertise, so they don't have to use the solution. They want to buy a bespoke fridge and they don't have to spend 15 minutes for creating the layout of this fridge. So the time was the matter. It took so long to draw this layout. So after our pilot program in 2019, we stopped conducting this solution starting 2020, and just time passed. So based on our past experience, we realized the high expectation from our customers. I try to show these sentences one by one, but I can't. So the first feedback was the solution was too long. Can we make it faster? And also there was a comment that using the solution is very difficult. I mean, you have to pick each furniture and display it in the screen. So actually customers could not do it directly by themselves. We had to allow our employees to do it. And the next point was graphic. Customers wanted to see the realistic vision of the layout. Earlier, I said that we used 60,000 apartment layouts for creating this database, but still, it wasn't enough. I mean, I just mentioned about the ceiling height, right? And also the light location as well. So there was very inconvenience about laying those one component one by one. So, and the next point was the positioning, and also someone talked about the device limitation. So I showed the lifestyle experiment zone in our store. So people thought that maybe those can be adopted to them. And the last point was the scalability. So they wanted to experiment this solution regardless of devices.
So this was the solution that we came up with to improve the communication with consumers. So our first goal was to create a retail experience solution based on Metaverse. And second was to provide consultation program for electronic appliances. The term Metaverse, as other speakers pointed out, the NFT under the water. There are a lot of memes like that. Metaverse doesn't have a chance. People say, actually, ourselves, rather than Metaverse, we use the term real experience contents. We seek to provide an interior design matching which is more intuitive and more convenient. On the left photo is the actual bespoke contents. If you are not familiar with this, visit Samsung.com from your smartphones or search bespoke on Naver. And it's a user experience that is very convenient for both retailers and the customers. In the past, only the retailers were able to use the solutions. But this is not just a retailer, but a solution that users can use. So you can just click those apps. On this app, not just refrigerators, it features 16 product categories, including TVs, ground products, tissue dresser, air dresser, all different types of appliances. We ensure faster and quality experience by offering the representative apartment design. In the past, we thought that if we had the database for all apartments in Korea, but counterintuitively, that didn't work very well because it took another 15 minutes longer. Consumers are very fast. They come to our stores with clear plan. Maybe you go to Samsung stores to get customer service or get product consultations or have an engineer to fix your air conditioner. So they don't want to spend long time in store. Also very inconvenient for the detailers, the sales rep. So we pre-selected the representative designs and offer those models to customers. It comes with 16 different types, different apartment sizes. Now, Pyong is, now you are not allowed to use the unit Pyong. So they all feature apartments of different sizes. There's one thing we found doing this. There are so many different apartments in Korea, and which size do you think most Koreans live in? Yes, with the lady with black mask. 20 Pyong? Yes, that's right. 20 or 30 Pyong. They account for 70% of the apartments when it comes to size. That's what we call national size. But those houses, these are actual apartments. Those 16 apartments, the apartments that you can find in Seoul, Busan, and Daejeon. And some of them feature special design. The new apartment these days, you can install island kitchen on a 20 Pyong apartment. I used to live in an apartment about 20 Pyong size, close to 30 Pyong. So we took into consideration those different elements. So they feature different types of apartments. For popular sizes, we offer old models and new models. And our solution allows for product check and simulation, and ultimately to ordering without complex process of installing. That's why we offer different housing types, different products, and interior design experience, and color recommendation, and the interoperability and purchase scalability. Once you log in, you are offered with the solutions goals, and we set the starting point Once you get in, you are greeted with virtual corridor and select your house and enter and select your favorite kitchen type. This was launched in February and updated once after that, but the aesthetic element will be overhauled and we are carrying out the launch update. I'm personally sorry if this conference was held in July, then I would have been able to show you newer version. So please make sure to check it out in July. It comes with 3 simple selections and clicks to experience the virtual space. And users can control not just with mouse or touch. It's responsive web, so regardless of the size, users can have free experience, just like G Fold or G Flip. They are different from existing smartphones. If you use the folder smartphone fold, then you will see a much more realistic.
So in order to not waste our prestigious time of our clients, we want to provide a solution that can smoothly apply the demands of the clients. And if you look at the main menu, we have a VR store. So this is the link that allows users experience the virtual world of their requested apartment. And in Samsung.com, I earlier mentioned that people can experience their bespoke appliance, right? So all of the bespoke appliances are organically aligned to this VR section. So by logging into Samsung Electronics, after experiencing this VR, users can purchase items via online directly. Of course, they can visit offline stores if they want to. So Android, iOS, both are available to provide such experience to our clients. I think that's another advantage that we have. So the menus are optimized for each operating system. So not only the colors and various models of our bespoke appliances, but also the simulation is available. I mean, we already had this simulation feature available, but we added more features into it. And actually, this was the high demand from the offline store managers and also clients as well. So for example, 65-inch and 70-inch and 75-inch TVs are most popular ones among clients. But okay, let's say that I'm going to move into a new apartment and I need to buy appliances. And even if when my apartment is not really big, then I have to think a lot whether 85-inch TV is going to be okay or not. And I just want to give you a statement about a TV that if you want to enjoy high quality of the screens of the TV, you have to have a huge TV. This is a must. So now, whether 85-inch TV is going to be good enough or not, then people need to have a simulation. And also this goes for fridge as well. Not only customizing the colors in the virtual world in the simulation menu, but actually I can set the size of the apartment in this menu and in this virtual world, and I can simulate the size of the TV here. So with this 85-inch TV will be okay or not, then you can test it. You can simulate it. I mean, you can now see the centimeters here. Actually, I heard that I shouldn't use inch, so I put the size of it in centimeters. So if you are curious, you can read the size here. So we have all the products available in this menu. And the PMs selected proper models for typical size of the current apartments. For example, for this size of the apartment, this type of the models of the bespoke is going to be good enough. So for the 16 sizes of the apartments, you can see the proper appliances. And based on your interior design colors, you can see the recommended colors of the appliances. Not only our official website, actually we do have the link for stores and VRs. So after simulation, you can smoothly purchase your product. And then there is a experiment lab in offline stores. So if you look at the picture here, you can see a person is wearing HM device and testing it. So this store is located in Hongdae, and you can see the Home Meta VR experiment in our offline store. In case of the Home Meta VR, the solution is a bit different from the website simulation. So this is for PC. The earlier that I mentioned was the PC desktop mode, and the solution that is used in the store is a bit different, because actually at the offline store, the solution is more state-of-the-art. It requires high graphics, so the solution is a bit different from the website one. And then we have we have not only our own solution, but we adopt various existing solutions. So with this famous interior design application, with this company, we have a collaboration. So the collaboration that we did last year was very fantastic. So based on the pictures uploaded by users on this app, we were able to gather more data, and we were able to promote our brand properly. And the live streaming is used as well. So if you look at this picture on the right side, so during the live streaming, we show actual appliance, right? So this is okay, but it's very difficult to show various colors of the appliance. I mean, we are showing this for door refrigerator, and if we want to show the infinite line fridge, then we have to bring a new fridge, actual fridge, to the stage, and we can't do that, right? So we can set the various virtual screens, so the show host can change the screen and show it. This was a very successful case. This was a successful promotion. So early this year, we used this kind of contents for having promotion with a neighbor. I think this event was held back in April. So without installing actual fridge, the graphic on the screen is very clear, so we got positive feedbacks. So that's the end of our presentation, and if you check out this QR code, you can experience VR on our website. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your passionate presentation. Now let's move on to Q&A and open the floor. Please raise your hand if you have any question. And I missed to give you the coffee coupon. Please find me after this. Please raise your hand if you have any question. Yes. I'm married for 2 years. I had a lot of quarrel with my wife over interior design, and price was one of the important factor. That was around the time when the bespoke came with lots of different colors. We in the living room, there should be sofa, TV, or some lightings, and we had to consider whether kitchen tables go with TV. And these days, we can go to IKEA or Hansem stores. So, do you have any plan to collaborate with those brands to create a VR experience? Yes, I've been married for 3 years myself. I agree that I also had lots of quarrels. I think that's the similar case with the collaborations we had. There are many factors on bespoke, the appliances, kitchen table, and many other things in a living room. I'm always open to collaborating with furniture brands, not officialized though. The contents here, they were all created in 3D format, but most importantly, the vase, the items, they all protected by IPs. Lightings of famous brands or vase. If there are chances that you may violate the IP. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we don't violate their IPs. And I was also thinking about that, to collaborate with other furniture brands to enrich our contents, but not yet. When they will be reflected, I'm not sure about that. Sorry for that. Thank you for your answer, and let's move on to the next question.
So thank you for the presentation. When I think of Samsung, home solution was very impressive. That used IoT, right? So I wonder, Metaverse is not used widely for this solution, right? So I wonder, there is a plan to add Metaverse to your solution. So that is IoT service that is being promoted from the company, and actually that smart feature, all of the smart feature is added to our appliances, the bespoke line made by Samsung. And actually how to apply Metaverse to our solution, we are still thinking about it. Actually by the end of June, there is going to be update to our content solution. So actually there is a plan to adopt Metaverse soon. So about smart things, about this service, actually a lot of devices can be connected to our smart things. Not only Samsung devices, but our affiliates products are linked as well. And when a routine is set by a user, then tens of devices start operating based on that timeline. So this is another state-of-the-art technology that we are proud of, and actually we are thinking about putting more features. And actually, yes, Metaverse is in our roadmap, but it is kind of sad that we can't really show the output today in this conference, right?
Please raise your hand if you have further questions. One of the pre-selected questions, the MR device unveiled by Apple this week. Samsung has any plan to develop devices like that? But personally, I'm not sure about. I'm not expert on sales, R&D. I'm a sales I'm working for the sales department, so I'm not sure about that. But when it comes to HMD, our model is Facebook Oculus. This is a very innovative device, but I examined how people were using this device. The Oculus is an amazing device, but it was such a great challenge still to actually wear the device and use the controllers. Teenagers were not very hesitant to try the device, but they are more open to using devices like that. But in those in their 30s or higher, they like to check on monitor. They prefer not to use HMD. So I believe the most important thing is how convenient it should be to use. I looked at the Vision Pro and I wanted to buy one when it's unveiled, but it's such an expensive device, $3,900. But I think it was really innovative that it has eye tracking function. But what's more important is it should be easier for consumers to try. This is my totally personal opinion. Thank you for your closing remarks. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. That was the Yoon Jung-hyung from Samsung Electronics. Ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 keynote speeches and 6 presentations. Today, it was a good chance to have knowledge about the future and the present of VR and Metaverse. And I do hope that I'd like to ask for your help and interest in Metaverse. It's time to wrap up this conference. This conference has been hosted by Busan Metropolitan City and BIPA, and supported by Korea Metaverse Industry Association. The 2023 Metaverse Conference has ended. Now, thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. It was Jung Heri.